Good morning, Isaac.
Good morning.
Do we have Eric set up as co-host?
Yeah, give me just one sec. I need to do one other thing on the settings here.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Colin and Eric, I have made you both co-host.
Okay, thank you, Isaac.
Appreciate that.
Sure thing.
Oops. Let me see if I can get my... 1 second, I'll be back.
Good morning, it's Margie. Eric, thank you so much for sharing that tracking spreadsheet. I think that'll be super helpful. So thank you so much.
Yeah, sure, Margie. And you saw the OneDrive site too. I think it'll, you can decide what you want to do, but it should, we used it for California and it works very simply. And anybody who can sign into Microsoft with any sort of sign in, whether it's Skype or Exchange or whatever it is, they should be able to create directories, edit files as well, add post files to it. So you might try that yourself just with any Microsoft sign in to, post things to it. And we can reorganize the structure if people want, but this is just a first cut.
Yeah, fortunately, Colin set up a OneDrive just in the last day or so for the New Mexico activity and structured it very similarly. So I think we're going to follow your good example.
Oh well, no. What I'm referring to is I did that actually these last couple days.
Oh, you did that. Oh, that's the
Eric.
OneDrive. Oh, okay.
We did, yeah.
Oh, all right. No, I saw
Yeah.
it, but I got the note from Colin, so I thought, no, that's terrific. Thank you.
And and it'll be up to you, how you want to use it, and if you have alternatives when you come in and want to expand this, but at least to start with and for this meeting.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, great place to put all those presentations too. So yeah, as soon as I get word from the state that I can proceed, I'll jump in. Right now, I'm still an observer.
Margie,
I understand, absolutely.
Margie, let me send you an email that I received from Jim this morning.
Oh, thank you.
It looks like we're close. I know, I've been saying that for 2 weeks.
Remember what they say, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
Yeah.
I'm going to jump off for a minute.
Okay. Did you get my email, Margie? I sent you a couple this morning. One of them was a note that just said that was all Eric with the OneDrive. Oh, you're on mute.
Yep, thanks, I see it. Yep, I wasn't,
Okay.
so thanks. No, appreciate that. I thanked Eric for doing that. Well, I think we should use that system, and I've got some slight suggestions about how we modify just a bit to put our reference documents all in one place and such. But it's a great place to start. I think it's it'll help us a lot.
Perfect.
Good morning.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
Margie, what's your status?
I'm an
Stay again.
observer.
Yeah, okay.
Let me forward you the email that I received, Art. It was just a few minutes ago.
Oh,
Okay, should be there.
well, I have to open up my email. Just closed it.
Yep, I see it. Colin, thanks.
Sorry.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
This is what we get for rushing.
Yeah.
Construction.
Yeah, our firm is Reineke Construction, but I mean, that's who, because that's mostly what we do, but I've been doing consulting because we have all the state tax numbers and everything under, and um, it's more complicated to start a new
Well,
company. Anyway.
You're constructing a stakeholder process. I don't know what's wrong with these people.
Right. A sustainable future for the state.
Yes, constructing a sustainable future for the state. Got that, Colin?
Yeah, let me make a note of that for DFA.
Yeah. Okay, well, or you could just like make it deconstruction. I swear, working with the state is just insane.
We'll get through it.
Okay, is Eric on yet? Okay, there you go. We're just going to say hello, and then I'm going to give Eric a couple of minutes to go through the agenda. So, Eric, I guess you'll be sharing your screen unless you need me to.
Oh, hi, Art. Good morning. Yeah, that's fine. I'll be sharing my screen. I'll share the agenda, and I'll put up a picture of the OneDrive directory, and then turn it back over to you.
Okay, and then I will do a roll call today. I anticipate that this will be the last roll call that we do. I think in the future, we'll be able to just take it from the participants list.
Art,
But
do you have
we're
a
still
pen?
getting additional people, so
Art, do you have a pen handy?
I do.
Okay, I received an email this morning and I haven't updated the list yet, but we're gonna have a few people from Soltage LLC. It's gonna be,
OLTAGE.
yes, it's gonna be Mark Miller, Jonathan Cole,
Mhm.
Joseph Feole, Feole,
FAOLE.
Feole, sorry, my mistake,
Okay.
and Patrick McGrath.
Well, we should charge it, please. Okay. And then we got another email from a SunVest person who sent his contact people.
I think that's Ryan Fulton.
Yeah.
And then we also have Cindy Buck, who is presenting with Andrea Contreras.
Okay. I'm sorry. Give me the SunVest guy's name again.
Ryan Fulton.
All right. I'll call them out.
Okay, thank you. Art, I received a message from Ed Brolin. He's going to miss the first half an hour, but he will be joining after.
Okay. Right, he's not on tap for anything, so.
Okay.
Okay, everybody, it's 9:30, but we're still getting people signing on, so we'll give it a minute or two. Okay, we're up to 30. Good morning, everyone. This is Arthur O'Donnell with the Public Regulation Commission. Colin, can you see my screen of the car park?
Yes, sir, with the solar
Okay.
panels.
Yes, this is Earth Week. Yesterday was Earth Day, and it's a reminder of why we're here and doing all of this. Yesterday, I went up to Santa Fe and took a site tour of where the state of New Mexico is installing 3 separate sets of solar arrays in the parking lots of state buildings at the complex called the Ronald Sims Montoya complex, at the Chino Lujan complex where the MNERD agency is, and pretty soon they're going to start construction at the Para building where the PRC used to have its headquarters. This is a part of a multi-million-dollar performance contract for energy efficiency and the solar car parks and about 30 EV charging stations and a battery storage unit that's going to go behind the Chino Lujan building. It's actually a pretty fabulous project that will save the state millions of dollars a year in energy costs and really advance the goals for greenhouse gas reductions and increasing renewable energy. The total capacity of the solar arrays is going to be slightly over 2.2 megawatts, which is quite a lot. They'll be providing shade for about 400 parking spaces, which is something near and dear to my heart. I was up there because I'm doing part of my gig is to do a project on the opportunities and challenges of doing solar car parks with EV charging. So this is a really good example. I want to thank Positive Energy Solar, which is the subcontractor putting up the solar arrays there. Their folks, in particular, Cody Simpson, gave me a nice tour, answered all my ridiculous questions. And, you know, I'm just really happy to see this happening in the state capitol. So kudos to everybody involved. And it's just, again, a reminder of why we're doing this. And I couldn't think of a better day. We hope for energization by July 1st. The Para building will probably be a little bit later. The battery unit that goes in over at the Chino building will probably be a little bit later. But the state is well on its way. And the amazing thing is that construction just began in January. So that's how quickly these things turn around. Before we begin, I want to turn it over to Eric Martineau, who's going to show us his slides. So I will stop sharing and Eric can put up his agenda slide. And then we'll, after he's done, we'll go through a pretty quick roll call. I hope that this is the last roll call that we'll do. Eric, take it away.
Thank you, Art. Good morning, everyone. Today is primarily a technical session to come back to the 2 technical issues that we introduced at our last meeting 2 weeks ago. And I'm just showing now the two issues: capacity screening process related to generation capacity, circuit load and hosting capacity, and number 2, requirements for limited export and non-export of a generating facility that includes storage. And so we put together a series of presentations to introduce all of us to these issues and to get us thinking about them and prepare us for developing proposals over the next 4 weeks. And we'll come back to the proposal development process at the end of today at 1:30. But what we have lined up for today, starting at 10 o'clock, we have 4 presentations to set the stage. So we have Tom Key from EPRI giving us an overview. Then we have Stephen Rimshaw from Sunrun in terms of the experience from California, Hawaii, and Maryland. Matt Hagen from Excel in Minnesota, the experience from Minnesota. And Ken Wilson from WRA in terms of Arizona and Colorado. We'll take a short break. Then we will hear from the 3 jurisdictional utilities, SPS, PNM, and EPE, in terms of their current practice around this. We'll take another short break. We'll have an opportunity for the co-op utilities to comment if they like so far on what we've heard. Then finally, we'll hear from two further folks, Kevin Cray from the Coalition for Community Solar Access in terms of special considerations for community solar, and also Michael Ropp from Sandia in terms of overall observations on these issues. And then we will turn to the actual process of writing proposals over the next 4 weeks and confirming the groups that will be doing that. That'll be at 1:30. And if we run early, if people don't need as much time as we've allocated, we can take longer breaks and finish earlier in the day. That's all possible as well. We've essentially asked people to limit themselves to 15 minutes with a 5-minute Q&A following. So that's the plan for the day, hopefully to set the stage for all of us in terms of thinking through these issues and understanding things better and pointing to particular considerations and strategies, etc. So should be a very good day. And also just to mention to everyone, Colin has posted in the chat now the link to a OneDrive site that we've set up with all of the documents for the working group, including all of the presentation files for today. And I'll just bring that over here. And if you follow that link, you will see this as the first page, the New Mexico Interconnection Working Group page. And what we've done is we have a number of directories for the subgroups, which each subgroup is welcome to use those directories for their own purposes and post things there and create structures there that they want as those subgroups get to work. We have a directory for each of the meeting materials, some additional information, the current Title 17 and Interconnection Manual, technical reports, scoping documents, and then we'll be posting the stakeholder list as it gets updated as well. And for today, we have the meeting materials 422. This is the second item here, meeting materials 422. I'll click on that, and you can see we have all of the all of the presentation slides available for download, as well as additional materials that Colin has mailed around earlier this week, and a couple of supplemental files from Ken on Arizona and Colorado in terms of their rules. So that's now all available to everyone. And we'll have further guidance on using these directories and so forth, as we go further. But for today, people can just access these files. Okay, back over to you, Art.
Thank you very much, Eric. And it's nice to feel so organized, right? That's I'm going to call a roll call. I just want to point out, and we'll get back to this again at the end of the day, that we're still on an every 2-week schedule. Thursdays, 9:30 till 2 is what you ought to have blocked out. And I believe that the PRC has sent out a calendar reminder. There will probably be a different sign-in URL each time, but you'll get that in advance of each meeting with an agenda and whatever relevant materials are necessary, or at least pointing to them. The next time we get together as a group will be May 6th, and we're going to devote that day to presentations from the various subgroups that were established last time at the April 8th meeting, in particular, going in detail about the possible changes to the rule and the alternatives for language. And we're going to try and set it up so that we actually get to make some determinations on some of the easier things and point out where the holes that need to get filled in still remain. We'll also be hearing from the other subgroups, including the group that is tackling the questions that were posed in the IREC model manual, just to give us a sense of kind of where New Mexico is compared to where we hope to be. The group that is looking at language for pre-application process in the interconnection process, and an initial, just a check-in from the group that is going to be considering alternatives to the current rules that require that the applicant who triggers the need for upgrades has to bear the full cost of those upgrades. And Ed Brolin from Con Edison is looking at options that are under consideration in New York, and there are some other ideas that could possibly be used here in New Mexico. So all those things will be on May 6th. And then the next meeting after that will probably be what we talk about today, coming back and getting some initial proposals. So we'll pretty soon have a schedule for what the remainder of the sessions will look like, of course, subject to change as we move forward, but that's what we're going to have. So I just have a few minutes to go through the participants list. So if you can just unmute yourself when I call your name, say hello so that we know you're here. And anybody that I don't call can please let me know at the end, because we keep on getting some additional folks. So we're going to start with the A's. Abbas Akil.
I'm here.
In droves. Adam Alvarez said that he would not be able to be here today. Adam Harper.
Here.
Alana Brandenberger. Alina, sorry. Andrea Contreras.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning. Andrew Stone.
Every day is Earth Day.
Every day is Earth Day, Andrew. I need a telephone number from you, Andrew. So could you make sure that you send us an email that has your phone number?
I sure did. I sent it to Colin.
Okay, great. Anthony Mercure? No. Armando Cardenas? Ben Aparo? No. Bobby Ferris? Brian Johnson? Kara Coons?
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning. Charlie Ford? No Charlie. Anybody knows Charlie with Sierra Electric? We need contact information for him. You can let him know to get in touch with us, or if you have it, you can send it to us. Chris Worley?
Good morning.
Good morning. Chris Punt? Curtis Hutchison? Daniel Weinman?
I'm here.
Good morning. Darren
morning.
Zigich?
Good morning, Arthur.
Good morning. David Gilmer? David Sontag?
I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning. David Spradlin?
I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Art,
Delbert Lucero? Dylan Connolly?
Yes, here.
Hi. Ed Brolin will be joining us in a little bit. Ernest Holman? Greg Sonnenfeld. Jacob Freites.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Jacqueline Waite.
Hi, good morning.
Morning. Jane Yee.
Morning, Art. Morning, everyone.
Good morning. Janie Chermak. Jason Trujillo. Jared Comerford. Jeremy Lewis. Jim Desjardins.
I'm here. Thank you.
John Hawkins.
Good morning.
Good morning. Joseph Herrera.
Good morning.
Good morning. We have Joseph Fioli with Soltage. Oh, okay. Kathleen Larice. Ken Wilson is on my list, but he's going to be speaking today, so he better be here.
Here. I'm here.
Good. Kevin Gronwald.
Good morning, everyone.
Kevin Cray.
Morning, Arthur.
Kyle Riddell.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Lance Atkins.
Good morning.
Okay. I skipped over Jonathan Cole, who's also with Soltage.
Yes, Jonathan. Hi, it's Mark Miller with Soltage. Jonathan and Joe were tied up in another meeting, but
Okay.
you have my presence. Thank you.
Great. And it's Mark Miller.
It is. Good
It
morning.
is.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for joining us. Okay, Lisa Matson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Luis Ortega. Luis Reyes. These are important, busy guys. Mario Romero.
Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning. Melanie Kenderdine. Michael McCord.
Michael is not with us this morning, but will continue to participate.
Okay, great. Michael Ropp is also on the agenda today. Nancy Burns.
Nancy's here.
Good morning. Olga Lavrova.
I'm here.
Olga, we need a phone number for you, so if you can send us an email.
Will do.
Okay. Omni Warner. Patrick Dalseth. Ricardo Gonzalez. Richard Martinez. Oh, you are? Hello.
Yes.
Okay. Richard Martinez. Roberto Favela. Not here today. Rod Scrignoli. Ryan Fulton with Sunvest. Ryan German.
I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning. Saif Ishmael. Sarah Birmingham.
I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning. Scott Risley.
I'm here. Good morning.
Stephen Rimsha.
Good morning.
Tayoko Siderwick.
Good morning, Arthur. Thank you.
Travis Dorr.
Good morning.
Hello. Ty Pollard.
Present.
Must have gone to Catholic school. Wade Nelson.
Yes, sir.
Ward McCartney. And Zoe Lease.
I'm here.
You're here. And is there anybody that I did not call that is not on my list who's joining us today?
Good morning. This is Satish
Yep.
Ranade.
Oh, hi, Satish.
State.
Did I miss your name?
No, this is my
Satish,
first. This is the first time I'm attending.
Okay, can you spell your last name for me, please, Satish?
RANABE. And I'll drop you an email.
Okay, great.
Art, I believe we also have Roberto Favela. I see him logged on, and I
Roberto,
also
okay.
see Kara Kuntz logged on.
Great. Great.
And
I
Art,
just saw another name.
This is Bobby Kimbrough with Lake County Electric. Yes,
I'm sorry, your last name is
Kimbrough.
Bobby? Bobby, what's your last name?
Kimbrough, Kimbro. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
This is Raymond Butler with Central New Mexico Electric Co-op.
I'm sorry, is that Brandon or Raymond?
Raymond.
Butler, okay. Anyone else?
Hagan with XL Energy.
I'm sorry, go ahead. That was Matt. Let's go back to Matt Hagan.
Yep.
And
Buck from PNM.
I saw Clint Pierce. I'm sorry, we're going to go backwards.
Clint Pierce, Central Mexico Electric.
Okay. I heard another voice.
Cindy Buck from PNM.
And Joe
I
Fioli.
need 3 pages here. Go ahead. Joe Fioli, yes, I called your name and now you're here. Okay. Great.
Mike
All right.
D'Antonio with XL Energy.
So, okay.
Hey, Art,
And
Tom
anyone else?
from EPRI.
Hi, Tom. Tommy, are you going to join us in the future as well, or just making a presentation today?
You know, I would like to. I
Okay.
have a particular interest in New Mexico, which you'll see here in a few minutes.
Okay, great. Well, welcome aboard, and make sure to send us your information. Okay, Emmanuel Villalobos. Lobos. Okay, and anyone else? Going once. Going twice. I saw you, Cindy.
Arthur?
Okay. Yes.
Hi.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes, I just wanted to say happy Earth Day to everybody. Thank you so much for being here. As you know, climate change is a big feature that's driving this effort, as well as the need for just a better interconnection rule. And I'm always so impressed that we have the persistence in the participants that we've had so far. And I just want to extend my gratitude and the appreciation of all of us who are working on this project at the PRC, to everybody who's continuing to show up and think hard and contribute your valuable time to this effort. So thanks a lot. Oh, and by the way, I noticed Commissioner Maestas was on too. I don't know if you saw that, but I'm very grateful for his presence too. Thank you very much.
Thanks for being here. And I want to congratulate you, Commissioner Hall, for taking the lead in this incredibly important effort. And, you know, there's a synergy in this effort with community solar and other efforts. And so that's why I think it's important that we all participate. So anyway, thank you all for being here.
Great. And I'll just say that one of the good pieces of news that I got out of the site visit to the state solar array projects was that there were no problems with interconnection. Now, they're not fully energized yet, but that everything went really smoothly according to the folks that gave me the tour. So we're really happy to hear about that. Okay, we're just a couple of minutes early. If anybody has any questions or administrative issues that they want to bring up right now before I turn it back over to Eric. Abbas?
Yes, Art, thank you for giving me a minute. First of all, a very brief history lesson. Since this is Earth Day, I want to just recall that back in 1984, PNM had sent an unsolicited proposal for repowering Reef Station with a central tower with about 2,600 heliostats around it. And that would have provided steam to supplement the oil-fired steam that Reeves used to run on. Unfortunately, that was never built, although we had done all the detailed engineering, design, and economics. Anyway, so that's, since it is Earth Day, I thought I'll point that out. Okay, going on from there, what I would like to do is propose that we, if the rest of the group agrees, form a subgroup for coming up with the terms and definitions that we need, which will be an essential part of the updated interconnection manual. And as a footnote, we can either review that subgroup that is formed, can review the existing standard interconnection manuals from either California, Arizona, or even IREC 2019. I think page 31 has terms and definitions on it.
Okay, you're getting a little bit ahead of me. This was going to be on the agenda for May 6th, but certainly that last part, if a group of people want to get together and contact the boss and start looking at other states after we hear from Ken talking about Arizona and Colorado today, and you can look at that. I'll just warn you, the California Rule 21 is humongous. It got a lot of moving parts, and it would be really hard to find the exact corollary information for the interconnection, but there are some good parts of it, including the streamlined process for applications that might be most of value here. So anybody that wants to start working on that, I don't want to get into the definitions until we go over the definitions that are in the actual rule. That's my dog. But that'll be the next time we meet on May 6th. But anybody that wants to start doing comparatives with other states, please contact us and then let us know of us who is on your subgroup.
Okay, and I'll post my email address right now for everybody in the chat group. They can contact me directly.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, hearing no one else, I'm going to turn it back to Eric, and I will be here throughout the day. You may hear from me as things go on, but it's going to be Eric's show today.
Great, thanks, Art. Hello, everyone again, and welcome. We have our first segment of presentations this morning, 4 speakers, and we'll kick it off with Tom Key from EPRI. And just to remind our speakers, we do want you to limit your remarks to no more than 15 minutes. And I'll be a bit rigorous about that, and then we'll have 5 minutes for Q&A from participants. And if you can't display your slides yourself for whatever reason, I'm happy to display them for you and flip them. Each presenter could display their own slides. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tom Key from EPRI. And Tom, are you able to display your own slides?
Hi. Oh, sorry. Hang on. There we go. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, that sounds good.
It's good. Okay. Yes. So I touched share screen. Is that all I need to do on the Zoom? And hit share.
Share screen, and then you'll have a choice of which screen to share.
Is it sharing?
Not yet, Tom.
Not yet.
Hit your share screen, and you should see whatever files you have open, and click on the one that you want to share, and then hit the share button. That's how it works for me. Okay, I don't have the file. Eric, do you have his presentation? Do you want to run it?
Yeah, sure. I can do that. No trouble.
Okay, Tom, just tell Eric when you need to switch slides.
All right. Can you still hear me okay?
Yeah, Tom, go ahead.
Oh, that's good. All right. Yeah, sorry about that. Don't know. Zoom is our regular is WebEx. So that looks right. I want to talk about getting connected. I'm particularly happy to be here. I mentioned earlier I have some roots in New Mexico, so you'll see some of that in the presentation. And yeah, I would like to participate in the future. Go ahead and push it forward, Eric. And I want to start out just kind of giving the long list of sort of technical requirements to get connected, and just to make it clear that some of these requirements, fortunately, are very well handled today in the new standards in the certification process. Big help for utilities, handling interconnection requests. And in some of these, as you might imagine, are very location specific. As you can see on the top there, the size of the plant, the location on a feeder, the capacity of the feeder, its ability to handle additional connections. I mean, we look at X over R ratio, stiffness ratio, all of those. But so it's a combination of having certified equipment and then paying a lot of attention in the screening and the technical review process. So yeah, this is kind of the breakdown. I didn't mention I'm at EPRI, very much in the middle of our interconnection integration of DER work these days, which has really become big business for utilities, as was mentioned earlier. Go ahead, Eric, and flip on to the next. And yeah, just in summary, I think y'all have been discussing this, but the idea that we take the technical review and kind of break it down, right? Do the easy stuff first, and then as it gets harder, we'll look in more detail. So, I mean, the idea of an expedited interconnection is very common. It's in some cases there's actually no screening, for something that's single phase, typically residential. But you'll see in some states it's actually rather, large systems, up to 50 kilowatts. I know Rule 21, what you're looking at, I think the SGIP would also require some level of screening, no matter what the size. So we'll come back to that. And then, from there you go into so-called fast track, another good idea to get the easy ones connected first. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what we call initial screening, and then there's some supplemental review. I think some important points there are that utilities doing this really get better at it with experience, and when they can apply at some point along the way, engineering judgment to these reviews as you get into more complex systems, and you really have to look at a lot of details. And looking ahead, we see that even automation might be applied in the interconnection process. I know in California, several utilities brag that they certainly automate the expedited, and there's work going on to automate the fast track as well. And then from there you go into studies, and of course studies take longer and require more data. Go ahead, Eric. I'll keep moving and hopefully leave some time so we can take some chat and questions and answers. This is a little out of date. It's one that EPRI wants to update. We got it from North Carolina Solar Center, but you can see kind of across the country the expedited interconnection, and fast track kilowatt levels. I think for a fact, if you look at California, it says it's all net metered system. I don't think so, right? California has a mix of net metered now, and now they're looking at storage and larger systems, and I think as you have in New Mexico as well. well, next time I talk to you, we'll get this one updated to 2020. I don't see a lot of change though. Go ahead, Eric. I'll just keep going a little bit more into give you a bit of history. I know you're looking at Rule 21, right? It was the first that I know of, and I was doing this business, back in the 90s, and California did come out first, and with their screens, and of course they've updated it, just regularly and vigorously ever since. It has a bit of a tariff viewpoint, which I don't see in other states necessarily, but if it's under a particular tariff, it gets treated in a very special way. Then FERC really, I think, took from a little bit the California Rule 21, and of course bringing a bit of a transmission view, being the regulatory commission for our whole grid. So, but giving advice to distribution companies on here's a process, and it's a pretty popular and often used process across the country. Minnesota, which I think you're also looking at, it's a little bit more recent. They took the SGIP, and I think they added more of a distribution viewpoint into that, which of course we need, because distribution being having different tolerance for DR and hosting capacity and so forth. So that's a good one, I think, for you to look at and use. And then, it's kind of speaking of New Mexico and where you folks are at now, right? And your updating of your 2008 rules. And I looked at the 4 main issues that are kind of on your plate. And these are all pretty big issues. I'm glad you're taking them on. I think, the question of how to use hosting capacity and planning and trying to get the sort of the best screening criteria and revisiting that. So we call it the 15% rule, but the rule that would suggest that when you get over 15% of peak, that you need to take a closer look in order to make sure that you're not going to have protection issues and islanding, and then more recently this export limiting, and especially with storage being more used, is a tough issue, because kind of the bottom line on that is that storage should make the interconnection work better, right? I think we all think that concept is correct, but it actually sort of gives a utility facing an interconnection decision a bit of pause to understand exactly what the storage is going to do, its schedule, whether it can be communicated with, and perhaps you can change its operation. What I did on the bottom of this slide, we had 4 pretty good, I think, references for those 4 tasks that you're working on. So all these links should work. Eric, just check them for me. If they don't, we'll get you an update. Go ahead, the next slide. All right. Well, this is the process, I guess, according to Tom Key. It's just kind of as we visited various states, we worked on interconnections. We like this kind of a breakup, right? Starting with that expedited, and then as you go into the fast track, which we tend to just lump into screening, but it really, what we're finding with higher and higher deployment in a number of states and utilities in the U.S., that you begin to fail the initial screens, and you don't want to do a study yet, right? So we paid a lot of attention to this so-called supplemental review. What can we do to improve supplemental review? Can we bring in some analytical tools, kind of the tools that the planners use, and with some data and some engineering judgment, and still get through the the process without doing a study, and usually there's a pause there and a cost and so forth. And we've seen that work pretty well in several jurisdictions. I think one of my last slides that I wasn't going to try to take time to go through, but it's just an example of the process in North Carolina with Duke, and they were failing practically every interconnection because they had so much deployment, and they implemented, just a stronger supplemental review, which is, I think, worked very well for them to be able to manage interconnection decisions with fewer studies. Go ahead, Eric. Watching my time. Well, a big thing that happened, right, is this, several pushes, let's say. We're being pushed by just technology in general, lower cost, distributed generation. Of course, this slide showing, better capabilities in inverters, which is the most common way we're going to connect, solar and batteries. Of course, battery technology continue to improve, driven by electric vehicle use, and then so there's a market, right? We have a slide. I don't have it here today, but it kind of shows where what solar used to cost, what it costs now, and what the cost of electricity is, and eventually you cross the line into the black as far as the payback for installing a distributed solar system, for example, or solar with battery, or even some other technology. So a big market push, and then the help we're getting from standards. And I got 2 or 3 more slides just to it's so important. And the main one being the IEEE standard for interconnection, we call 1547. And I just wanted to go over a little bit that evolution from when we published it in 2003 and updated it on through 2018. So I think the next slide does that, Eric. Oh, no, I had to, okay, I had to take us. No, go to the next slide. I didn't mean no to you. I meant no, it wasn't the slide I was remembering. Okay, so none of this is new to New Mexico, by the way, right? So when I was at Sandia in the 80s, we were developing with your taxpayer dollars smart inverters, and we tested them, and they worked pretty well. And we had the sort of the first grid simulator. You can see over in the left picture there over at Sandia. And then over on the right top, you'll see the test facility that's still operating at Sandia. So, wow, we've come a long way to, sort of take these off the drawing board, right? These good research ideas and actually put them out in the field. And if you go to the next slide, Eric, we'll see how standards has well, it took a while, right? When was that picture? 87. So in 2003, we said we want the inverters to do certain things, and it's all written up in about a 25-page IEEE 1547 2003. But we said we don't want it to do, and you can see we didn't want it to regulate. We didn't want it to mess with the voltage because we were afraid of what it might do to the voltage, right, and the other customers. We wanted to trip pretty much at the drop of a hat if there was any disturbance on the utility. And you can see the evolution. In 2014, we said, well, maybe it's going to be okay. Depends on, the utility and the system that you can regulate, that you might, ride through. And you might even provide some, response to support the system. And then in 2018, right, we said, thou shall. So, and that's really where we are now. Huge step, over that time period. And those are the, pretty much the inverters that are being deployed. In some cases, we don't have the certifications in place yet, but very soon. And I think Unfortunately, I had another slide that's not in this deck, so I'll tell you what it is, and then Eric, I'll send it to you as soon as we.
Oh, Tom, I'm going to give you a 3-minute warning.
Okay, good. Let's go on then. Yeah, I have a slide that shows New Mexico is one of the 14 states that have taken action to adopt the 1547 2018, and you can see in this this slide here, a lot of references to navigating that new standard and using that new standard, and I hope some of these are useful to you. They're all public. That last set you can see we did in collaboration with NRECA, and there's actually some training on there, and we have to thank 25 utilities that also kind of pitched in on this whole effort on using the 1547. So hopefully that's a good reference for you. Go ahead, Eric. I think it's a couple more points. Oh, well, okay. So the last two slides are these two examples of one being New York. This was a few years ago, and just kind of how maybe the big takeaway here is 20% of the megawatts were expedited, but it was 96% of the applications. Right, so they're all small, right? And then, we had 4% of the applications and 80% of the megawatts went into that, screening and supplemental review and studies. If you go to the next slide, you'll see a little more up to date that I mentioned earlier with Duke in North Carolina. And even though the systems are quite a bit bigger in North Carolina than in New York, there were still only, 3.5% were expedited. And that was, not quite 90% of the megawatts. And then you can see the breakdown in some detail. Duke really did a nice job in looking at exactly how all of the applications were processed and got connected. So. And we did a report on it. It's linked there on the bottom in 2019. It might be a useful reference because we really looked very hard at the fast track review process that was being used in North Carolina with Duke. So, yeah. Okay, Eric, do we have any chat? Oh, I did have some takeaways, yeah, and a bio, which we don't need to spend any time on, but all right, let me give you these 6, right? Yeah, expedite, good idea. Maybe if New Mexico's 10, you might reconsider that. You probably already have as the the limit for that. There's no perfect set of screens. It's good that you're working on it. The Minnesota ones are had a lot of work go into them. So look at those. With higher penetration, I think we're going to have to improve our supplemental review. And right now, supplemental review officially usually just it's not very specific. It says we need to be reliable, safe, and not have power quality problems. So I think we're going to need more specificity there and more tools as we go forward, as you can see in that next takeaway. And it's a tough challenge for utilities. We need more feeder data, right? And I think your whole smart grid effort there in New Mexico was kind of along that same line, right? Better information on what's going on in the feeder and then managing that with distributed resources. And as we get more experience, we'll get better at it, right?
All right.
Thank
well,
you.
Thank you so much, Tom. Really appreciate that. That's really great. And we'll take a couple of questions. If anyone wants to make comments or ask a question of Tom, please raise your hand in the Zoom. That's the reactions little panel, and I'll call on people as they raise their hand. And Tom, you might want to turn on your video just so we can see you as we do a little bit of Q&A.
Oh, shoot. Eric, you should have told me that in the beginning. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, there you go. Hi.
Hi.
We have a question in the chat from Tayoko, which is at what level of DER saturation would smart inverters be most important?
Okay, the smart inverters are required now, and so it's at every level going forward. In the past, it's been not uncommon for larger systems to to have a lot of options that probably the utilities consider during studies, right, and specific interconnection locations. But every inverter has to have these smarter capabilities, and then the question I think for all of us is, how soon can we use them? Which ones do we want to use? What works best for everybody?
Tom, this is Arthur. What was the technological breakthrough that allowed for the advanced inverters? Was it better computing? Was it just development of algorithms to match the system? What do you think really kind of makes the difference? Because I mean, clearly we're in a very different place than we were even 5 years ago.
I like that question, but you might be surprised at the answer. We were doing smart things in Albuquerque in the 90s, in the 80s and the 90s. In other words, the power electronics has been pretty far ahead of our applications, with distributed resources and with our operation of the grid, and and the reason it all took off was cost, right? Cost of solar and I guess public policy as far as renewables and reduction of CO2. So, but yeah, inverters were never the holdup, but the applications are easier said than done, and the standard made it a requirement if it's certified.
All right, great. One more quick question from anyone? All right. Well, Tom, thank you so much. And your slides have definitely given us a lot of material to think about, and your links, we will provide all of those documents that you've referenced to the whole group. And yeah, appreciate if you're going to be.
Thanks, Eric. And I spotted one chat from Abbas, which I am very familiar with. That he's pointing out that the CGIS, the DOE CGIS program that was held in the 90s and run by Sandia, was out there demonstrating these smart inverter capabilities back then. So yeah, thanks, Abbas.
Okay, well, then let's move along. We have Stephen Rimshaw from Sunrun now presenting on the experience from California, Hawaii, and Maryland. And I see your slides are up. So Stephen, please take it away.
Good morning, everyone. I tried calling in, but the phone isn't working properly. So hopefully everyone can hear me okay through this presentation. My name is Stephen Rimshaw with Sunrun. I've been on the policy team about 5 years. Prior to that, I have a power generation background. I was on the island of Kauai from 2004 to 2012. And then I moved on to Hawaiian Electric, Maui Electric. And now I work on Sunrun's policy team across the country for the last 5 years. So Sunrun was founded in 2007. We're the largest residential solar and storage company in the US with over 500,000 customers. We started deploying storage in 2007. In 2017 in Hawaii, there's 16,000 units installed across the country. We install storage in all our markets. It is a premium product. It has resiliency benefit, grid benefits. In some markets, we're able to enable virtual power plants. We have 12 contracts to enable storage to get out to the consumer to give them resiliency, bill management, but also additional benefits to the power grid. Excuse me. So hosting capacity, what I started I was on, Kauai Island, as I said, for a number of years, and we were interconnecting small projects. System level concerns were our biggest concern at that point. We were trying to develop large scale renewables to reduce our dependence on oil. After a number of years, we finally had our first project going. It was a 1 megawatt solar facility on a radial distribution feeder. And we essentially started exporting from that feeder. This was in 2011. So we could test out load rejection over voltage, at least of the inverters at that time, see how it responds to event faults, islanding. Of course, this is one inverter, and a lot of distributed inverters behind it, but it was real helpful for us in, getting comfortable. I'm recalling in that time our work with Sandia on storage. I think that was a system level battery, but the data they showed us on the inverter response, how it reacted during faults, potential islanding conditions, really made us comfortable that, hey, let's at least embrace this, figure out how to interconnect more. And then I moved on to Hawaiian Electric, where here on the right, you can see really their challenges and policies in dealing with the rapid growth of DER adoption from the customers ahead of, formal policies that make interconnection rules easier. So at the bottom in 2010, at one point there was a feed-in tariff program that was launched after the Hawaii Clean Energy Initiative. And Hawaiian Electric said, hey, this is going to be way too much DG on our system. We need to stop all interconnections except for FITs. So I don't know if that was, a small number of capacity in 2010, and then everything was supposed to stop. That didn't last very long. They continued to interconnect. They were at 10 to 15% of peak at that point. And essentially, if you were at that level, you had to have a study to interconnect beyond that. So really expensive, problematic, definitely no small customers can do it. And as you start progressing, we moved to 50% of circuit daytime minimum load, 75% for smaller systems. In 2013, we increased to 100% of daytime minimum load. This is like estimated daytime minimum load, and really trying to understand, the net impacts on the feeder, and how much DG can really be interconnected, and really scrutinizing, okay, what is the impact? How many studies do we need to run? Because we had been constantly doing studies at this point, and just really needing to get comfortable. And unfortunately, advanced inverter settings had not caught up with our needs. Storage was not there. Storage was backup for lead acid, and some customers were adopting it, but not like today. And then in 2015, as I don't have the graphic on there, experiencing the rapid growth in Hawaii. And, at this point, we went to 250% of estimated gross minimum load. So whatever the minimum load was estimated to be, we were allowing 250% of that capacity to be interconnected for smaller systems in an expedited process. These were all methods of using hosting capacity, being bound by interconnection rules, but having to go beyond and creating hosting capacity. And we created hosting capacity maps at this time. And then the market really transitioned to, the Powerwall came on market, and it's like, okay, the market's transitioning because it needs to. The economics can work in Hawaii for storage, and now we've been on a 6-year adventure of trying to advance storage integration in Hawaii, and that's been really how Hawaii has moved forward with interconnecting systems far beyond like 2010, 2015, is using smart inverters as well as the export limitations on inverters to, rapidly expand the hosting capacity at the customer service level, but also the feeder, substation, and bulk island level. So this is some work, and when we think about hosting capacity a lot, we're always thinking about, okay, what's the feeder can do, this 15% screen. But for small residential customers, one of the biggest hosting capacity issue is typically their service transformer. You have a shared service transformer, there's a certain amount of customers that can interconnect before it needs to be upgraded. Maybe there's some voltage issues that occur. So export controls on batteries, advanced inverter functions can all do fabulous things, as well as the inverters can really, the service transformers can really handle a lot of potential export. So Hawaiian Electric's really, push the limits on learning and integrating and understanding potential curtailment impacts of advanced inverter functions. So yet again, we can interconnect easier, lower cost, everyone wins. And there's actually proactive utility processes to ensure that, if there is an outlier case of unexpected curtailment from, avoiding and pushing that hosting capacity, that it's addressed. And then today, even moving forward again, we have Quick Connect program in Hawaii. So essentially, if you're a self-supply system, you can interconnect on any circuit today. You can install, you can activate as you're applying. These are fabulous improvements that we've never ever had before. Even on, and then we have a mix of programs in Hawaii right now, and we're in a new iteration of filing comments next month on how do we meet the needs of a 50 megawatt emergency, and how do we further condense and provide grid service platform and other methods to interconnect. So there's a legacy of programs that allow you to export with and without storage. And depending on which program you're interconnecting today, there would be different allowances of how easily you could easily interconnect, but all programs you can interconnect, all these programs you can interconnect in non-export mode immediately upon operation for these smaller systems. And it's just fabulous what's been achieved. And moving on to California, this slide's really intriguing to me. So on the right side, you see, this is from 2013, a more typical load shape graphic. This is a distribution feeder. The load's low in the morning, it increases during the day, and then it peaks in the night. And then on the right, you see this, a battery system going in that's dramatically altering the power on that circuit and able to interconnect. I mean, the amount of capacity that the existing distribution system has is phenomenal. Yes, there are safety and interconnection concerns, but they can be addressed smartly, and we can use these technologies. And a lot of methods of analyzing aggregated DG projects, hosting capacity, utility methods. I mean, there's probably more sophisticated methods with the EPRI drive tool and other methods in California. But really what we used to do for hosting capacity was very similar to the resource on the right, where we were ramping the full resource potential on that feeder and seeing the impact. So, that's not a realistic real world operation of every aggregated DER to ramp like that. But there is a whole lot of potential to interconnect resources. So in California, there's been a long progression of interconnection processes over the years, going back to covering here 2014, where they started really looking at hosting capacity. What do we do? There was various very in-depth working groups trying to figure out, what is ICA? How do we value it? How do we use it? What is it? And then in 2018, we worked on integrating into the interconnection rules. Okay, how do you use this instead of the 15% screen as initial capacity screen to allow easy interconnection, greater visibility. And then it took a number of years to get approval, and the working group processors are still not fully integrated into Rule 21 that were agreed to and approved in September, but we are getting close. One main continuation of that is, it used to be 11 kVA and less systems, and now in California, it's going to be 30 kVA and less. Essentially avoid the hosting capacity screens. They still have service-related screens, but they can interconnect without being bound by hosting capacity limitations. But the hosting capacity example here on the right give you an indication of how much hosting capacity is available, and they also have this detail called with and without operational flexibility. So the intent of that was really to enable storage, operational controls? Can I interconnect easier if I manage my resource? There's some ongoing challenges and discussions happening around that, but this is 7 years in the making, still being worked on, and not perfect, but they've done some amazing things on their mapping capabilities. Excuse me. And then I think Maryland's PC 44 is really interesting to consider. Not all states, as similar to your state, as the budget of California to, have these long multi-year processes, big, software database and capabilities created. So Maryland's been on a similar process that you've just started starting in 2017. We've been through 3 rounds of interconnection working group meetings now, working group reports. The last one's being finalized now. The first 2 were really, our first one was trying to get through, the IREC, essentially it was pre-IREC, it was before the last IREC update of their best interconnection practices.
3-minute warning, please.
Okay, great. My timer was a little slower, sorry. So then here, I think what's really important, where we're adapting smart inverters, there's processes for hosting capacity planning, there's processes for cost allocation. It's just making it easier to interconnect and trying to break down barriers, but because studies have shown in Maryland, as with many places, there is significant value. So we're moving into distribution planning processes next on how to build upon these hosting capacity and cost allocation methods to ensure that the processes that are initiated work well. I mean, we're relying on the utility's good engineering judgment in some of this instead of being really prescriptive and creating good processes. And what I've proposed in Maryland as initial red line was, how do we improve these processes? How do we incorporate best practices? How do we start using smart inverter functions and really make interconnection easy? Because when you look at interconnection rules, interconnection can be very unfriendly, not easy at all. So this example is something that we've been working with National Grid and Rhode Island on. There's, I think Chicago, Illinois is a little bit similar in a way on what we're doing there, and kind of building on what's happened in other states of how do you ensure that these interconnections are getting the appropriate attention they need, they get quickly interconnected and cost effectively. So what we're saying here, the initial screen, because the service, the transformer is so crucial in the customer design, there's a screen. Does this system, will it operate as intended? Do you think it's reasonable? What's the service condition? So they know if there's a potential upgrade, if they may need potential advanced inverter functions. Then at that point, that's really all these smaller systems need to be able to approve. Their approval is either conditional or meeting of interconnecting, or maybe conditional of an upgrade, advanced inverter setting, something along those lines. And then concurrently with that, in the review that's happening for the screen and service, there's distribution planning analysis triggers that ensure, there's appropriate screening processes that happen. I'm trying to go back a screen, I'm sorry. I've lost my screen. But those processes, I think Dr. Michael Ropp would be interested in these, so and others. So I'm just going to quickly throw them up here again. So, oh my goodness. So essentially, we're saying these smaller projects, they have no service connection issue. If they do, it's being addressed, and we're going to have screening processes to ensure we're catching resources as they're going through, doing some level of proactive interconnection assessment. And then at some point, decisions need to be made on if advanced inverter settings aren't enough. Forcing storage on customers is a very expensive proposition. There's definitely cost benefits to it, but storage is not free. At some point, there needs to be ways of dealing with hosting capacity. There's a number of circuits that I understand are closed for systems of all sizes. And this process really allows you to, get ahead of the interconnection processes, ensure a very thorough review, and make it customer friendly, and not have no as the only answer, but create processes that it gets the appropriate attention and we aren't creating roadblocks. So I think these 67% thresholds on power flow, on the feeder, on the substation, and then an aggregated engineering review after a number of resources have interconnect are totally reasonable. That there's some level of engineering review should happen. Let's have that review, but let's not stop interconnections. Let's allow things to continue. When you're dealing with these processes and more customers interconnecting, as I'm sure you're dealing with the challenges, you need easy processes for customers. It keeps your engineers, your administrators managing processes much better, customers happy, and I think it's a really smart evolution. So look forward to talking about this more as we progress, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Stephen. Questions for Stephen? Questions or comments? We have a chat question from Tayoko. Stephen, is Hawaii a good example of the potential DER screening levels for DER? If not, why?
Well, I showed a service, a transformer subscreen of like 166%, which is, there's no utility in the country doing anything like that as far as I know. The interconnection rules, how they've evolved in Hawaii, have been mostly around enabling storage, ensuring that the customer, we had real problems when we were first interconnecting storage because they were triggering upgrades. Oh, you're adding battery capacity. We were going to have to upgrade this transformer. It was a massive roadblock and obstacle. So what we did when the interconnection revisions was really focused on enabling storage, ensuring they had appropriate screening processes, and everything's worked out really well. So I don't know if Hawaii is a perfect example because storage isn't going to be as attainable as it is for customers in Hawaii, and you aren't at that saturation level either. So I think processes like I've laid out here, I think cost allocation is really important in the future. So as feeders, substation hit thresholds, what do you do? Is it closed? Is the next entity going to somehow pay for it? What do you do? I think that's really how you unlock and have smart planning processes that work for the utility and the customers.
And Stephen, your comment about the bottleneck from storage earlier on, and how Hawaii got past that, that does relate to our issue also of non-export and limited export, right? In terms of how you analyze the storage, the nameplate of the storage itself.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what I was talking about. Our first challenges with interconnecting storage, and that for DC coupled storage, it wasn't a problem, but those first Tesla Powerwall systems, you need a service upgrade. And it created a major issue. So even though we created inadvertent export definitions, the inverters those capabilities were made for the Hawaii market essentially, and the standards were developed from there to enable that use case. But the interconnection rules hadn't caught up to the use case that were created in the programs to address the system and circuit levels, expand hosting capacity, continue to allow interconnection. So we had to focus on the rules and ensure that there was proper assessments of what was happening, and what we developed there, incorporating the rules, is consistent with the IREC model of how storage should be assessed.
Great, thank you. Tom Key, you had a couple of comments in the chat. Maryland has a process worth looking at, and requirements in Hawaii are special in that they're an island. Tom, do you want to elaborate on that at all? If you want to say anything?
Yeah, I was just writing another note, but the idea that the grid operator support, which is the ride through of frequency, voltage, so that the distributed generation doesn't trip at the drop of a hat, there's choices. Hawaii, of course, picked the best ride through because they needed it, but they're not settable. So things like reactive power, the volt-var type options are very settable and can be site specific. But those other ride through requirements, I think we really they needed them in Hawaii. It's been a great testing ground.
Okay, very good. Any last question for Stephen before we move on? Okay, thank you so much, Stephen. That's really great. We appreciate that. We'll turn the floor over now to Matt Hagen from Excel in Minnesota. Matt, go ahead. Are you going to show your own
Eric,
slides?
sorry, Eric, I put my hand up, but I guess you didn't see it. So I guess I was just wondering how relatable is the approach in Hawaii to New Mexico, given that you just said that your main thrust was integrating storage, and we're not there yet. We are mostly just trying to cope with the barriers to ordinary residential hookups. I don't think we're positioned as well as certainly not as well as we could be to do the kind of voltage and frequency controls that you were describing. So what's our best lesson learned for New Mexico from what you were saying?
Well, why I presented Hawaii was because I've been living it for a very long time, from no renewables to a massive amount of renewables, and I think there's a lot to be learned and amazement on what's been accomplished. And people said couldn't be done over and over again, and it's still being done. I think the interconnection process red lines that I showed on the last slides, the learnings from Maryland, and what do you do about cost allocation? I mean, if one customer's triggering a service transformer and it's $5,000, I don't know in Maryland what the average, and New Mexico what the average cost is. That's an obstacle. That customer's probably not going to adopt storage. But if you had processes in place that planned for that, and allowed for a lower cost interconnection, such as what is proposed in Maryland and being talked about in Massachusetts, is essentially these smaller systems. You're on a shared service transformer. It triggers a need for an upgrade. That upgrade happens. That transformer is put back into the maintenance shop for another future customer. A new one's put out into the field. Costs are recovered by ratepayers because those ratepayers have been paying for that service all along. It makes good sense. So it's processes like that are really going to enable, beyond the interconnection improvements we're talking about. I think it's really processes like that are going to unlock the opportunity. And
thank you.
Some customers' storage may make sense, but rules should clearly not be designed as storage as the sole enabler. There has to be policy in here to leverage the proactive rules that will hopefully be implemented to enable a new planning and interconnection processes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Steve. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephen, and thank you, Commissioner. Okay, we'll turn it over now to Matt Hagen. Maybe I'm mispronouncing your last name. Apologies. Matt Hagen, please go ahead.
Sure. All right, can you all see the screen here?
Yeah, that's great.
All right. Hello, my name is Matt Hagen. I'm an engineer with Excel Energy. I think Chris Punt was supposed to be giving this presentation, but he had a conflict. So I'm an engineer underneath Chris Punt. Hopefully I can do just as good as he did. So if you're not familiar with Excel, we are a company composed of four operating companies: Northern States Power, Minnesota; Northern States Power, Wisconsin; Public Service Company of Colorado; and Southwestern Public Service. So I'm mostly going to be talking about our experiences in Minnesota. I might trickle in some details from Colorado to give some context. I'll make it very clear when I'm talking about Colorado, but all the other times I'm talking about Minnesota. So and SPS, we're going to have a presentation on that, my counterpart Kyle Riddell, after our first break. So my first slide here It's just a table kind of showing our kind of success in interconnecting DER. And we've had success in both Minnesota and Colorado. So looking at the number of projects we've interconnected here between those two. And some of these stats go beyond, you know, who has a better process. Program incentives have a lot to do with it too. And there's also some geographic considerations as well. Like I lived in Colorado for 10 years. There's a lot of sunshine in Colorado compared to Minnesota. And also in Minnesota, you have to consider the availability of 25 and 35 kV systems as well. So there's a lot more higher voltage systems. So there's less voltage impact from solar and higher capacity on those feeders. Where in Colorado, we do a lot of 13.2 kV. So next couple of slides here, I'm going to go through minimum load. I'm going to try to keep this really basic. Minimum load is the lowest power demand from a point of reference. So it really depends on, you know, what you're measuring. So you could be measuring from a circuit breaker, a feeder circuit breaker. It could be measuring from a recloser, automatic sectionalizing device, includes both those devices. You could be talking about the substation transformer minimum load, which accounts for all of the feeders connected to it. Or you could be talking about a minimum load on a service transformer before it goes to a customer or a specific customer. So hypothetically, if a customer had a load that ranged from 50 kilowatts to 100 kilowatts, 50 kilowatts would be that customer's minimum load. So when you say minimum load, it's important to specify minimum load of what, like what you're talking about. And also the minimum load value is also dependent on the type of generation. PV, for example, only generates during the daytime. So you'll probably hear the terminology daytime minimum load or minimum daytime load. So that specifies PV, whereas you might hear the term absolute minimum load of a feeder or device. So that is inclusive of like wind generation or batteries that can generate at any time. So how it's used, the applicable minimum load is considered in our screening process and in our system impact studies, but it's not considered in our maximum hosting capacity. I'll go through that in a couple of slides, but our minimum load is mostly used to calculate our any thermal overloads on the feeder or maybe over voltage conditions associated with interconnecting that generation. So basically we use that to estimate a load profile across the feeder. For example, like say a feeder had 1,000 kilowatts of minimum load, we could estimate that 600 kilowatts of that minimum load is served in the first mile, 300 kilowatts in the second mile, 100 kilowatts in the third mile, and we'll use that load profile in our calculations for overloads and voltage on the feeder. And you can do the same thing with theoretically with an estimate from the peak load if you use like 15% of the peak load, but it's not as accurate as having that actual measurement. It's also used in our screens for screening for reverse power flow for related protection impacts and transmission impacts. So for example, it might indicate that VSR is required. So VSR is voltage supervisory reclosing. And that's an anti-islanding function for automatic sectionalizing devices or reclosing devices. How it's determined, the minimum load is determined. So it's basically determined the same way that our peak loads are determined. So we do it annually and using SCADA data, considering switching events and weather adjustments. So switching events, that means like there could be periods of time where load was transferred to another feeder for a maintenance project, and we would filter out those times from our data so that we're not using an abnormal measurement or measurement from an abnormal configuration of the feeder. And weather adjustments, so using peak loads, for example, if we had an unusually cool summer, like say temperatures didn't exceed 95 degrees, we would normalize those in our load forecasts so that we don't underestimate a hot year. So we do the same thing for minimum loads, just the other direction. Another important thing to note is that SCADA data is a net value, which is equal to, the native load minus the generation. So hypothetically, if you had, say, 3,000 kilowatts of minimum load, so minimum load is just the load, it doesn't count the generation. 3,000 kilowatts of minimum load and on a feeder and say 2,000 kilowatts of generation on a feeder, our SCADA data would show a net measurement of 1,000 kilowatts of load, and that's not the minimum load. So we'd have to add the generation to that SCADA value to determine what the minimum load is. So that kind of gets to our challenges. In Minnesota, we have telemetry to all of our solar gardens, so we know how much they're generating at a given time. So like a might have be rated for 1,000 kilowatts, but at a given time, they might only be generating like 800 kilowatts or something like that. So that gives us a more accurate measurement on that. And customer side DER, so rooftop solar doesn't have that telemetry. So we don't have those measurements, real-time measurements, or historical measurements of those devices. So, which in Minnesota, it's not that much of a concern. We don't have that much rooftop solar, but it's a bigger challenge in Colorado. And Colorado, we don't have telemetry to our solar gardens either yet. We're trying to work on that. So that's kind of one of the challenges, is just that data availability, and sometimes we don't have SCADA data available either. So we do what we can, the best that we can, estimating from peak loads if we don't have the SCADA data available, or maybe estimating from the GIS data. We know how much generation we have connected to the feeder, we just don't know how much it's generating at the time. We kind of make some estimates based off of that. Another challenge that we have is that it's kind of the process of determining that minimum load is somewhat repetitive to the peak load determination. And what I mean by that is, like, you can't pick the minimum load at the same time as the peak load. It's kind of sequential. You have to do, like, pull your data for the peak load window, scrub it for switching events, determine your peak, and then you repeat that process. For the minimum load, you pull the data for your window on minimum load and re-scrub that data and determine your minimum load. So it's basically double the amount of time, but it's an important value, so we have to do it. But we have a new forecasting software now, and we're hopeful that that will help us with the scrubbing process and tracking process. Right now, we're just tracking it on a spreadsheet. So we're getting some better tools to help us with that process. Hosting capacity. So I attached the definition of hosting capacity there for those who don't have it, but that's kind of referring to section by section. So if you think about like a span between two poles, like how much hosting capacity is on that section. Sometimes the term maximum hosting capacity gets thrown around and kind of makes things a little bit more confusing, but how we kind of define that at Excel is that that's dependent on the operational limits of the feeder. So like the thermal limits of a transformer could be like 7 MVA, and that's the maximum hosting capacity that we'd allow on that substation, or same thing for a feeder. And that does not consider the minimum load. So because minimum load is a dynamic value and it's not something that the utility has control over. So the minimum load can actually decrease, like, for example, like COVID shutdowns and lockdowns, that can decrease minimum load significantly and cause overloads. So for that reason, we don't, or that's one of the reasons we don't consider that in our maximum hosting capacity. third bullet there. So in Colorado, we're doing this right now. We're dedicating 75% of that maximum hosting capacity to, or granting that 75% of that to dedicated power producing DER. And the remainder, the other 25%, we're reserving for customer sided DER. And that's basically just to ensure that there's capacity for those customers that want to self-serve, customers that have net zero energy goals, that they have a right to self-serve. And we've kind of had that experience in Minnesota where a solar developer would find a good deal on land on it and put 7 megawatts of generation on a single feeder, and then all of a sudden there's no capacity for those customers on that feeder anymore. So to keep things fair, we kind of made a carve out for those customer sided applications so that it's fair for everybody. And again, that's in place in Colorado right now, and we agree with that approach in Minnesota. We're trying to get approval for that in Minnesota for Xcel. So now moving to the screening process. After application, customer applies to Interconnect DER, they get split into either a simplified project, which I think are less than 20 kilowatts in Minnesota, and or a fast track project, which is greater than 20 kilowatts. But they both follow the same screening process. Kind of one of the first steps in the process is a completeness review. So the engineer kind of reviews all the information that the applicant provides and determines, like, just checks to see, do we have all the information that we need to review the project, screen the project, study the project, commission the project. If not, if there's some missing information that we need to do that and do those things, we kick it back to the applicant, to the customer, and say, we need you to provide this missing information. And once you do, we'll continue with the study. So kick it back to the customer, they provide that information. We go back through the completeness review again. And we keep going through that loop over and over again until we have all that information that we need. Then we move it on to the initial review. So we talked about that a lot in the last couple of presentations. So that's a structured set of screens, high-level screens, such as, for example, like, is there reverse power flow? Is VSR required? Does the interconnection type match the service type? And there's like 8 or 9 different screens on that, and they're very specific that we go through those. And none of those screens really prevent a DER customer from interconnecting. It just, like, some of them don't even necessarily mean that an upgrade is required, just that we need to take a closer look in a supplemental review. There are some screens that we look at, like, will this overload the service transformer? And in those cases, yeah, upgrades are going to be required. But if any of the other screens fail, like, we pass it on to supplemental review, which is just a more detailed look. That's where we actually look at the feeder and substation ratings. So that's where it's less specific, like what was said in the last couple of presentations. It's less specific. It kind of gives us more flexibility to make the determinations of if there's going to be voltage issues or power quality issues. So that's kind of been beneficial for us as far as, like, if we find that we're not screening for protection issues appropriately, we can add some screens to that and make sure that we're connecting these safely. But that the supplemental reviews where we actually look at our feeder and substation ratings, and we screen for voltage and power quality issues. Basically, we're determining if a system impact study, protection study, transmission study, substation impact study, any of those are required. So I put in kind of a gray lettering here, and I put substation impact study down below and kind of the next steps after the study process. But that's just, I put it down there because sometimes we determine that a substation impact study is needed after a system impact study. So these are done by two different groups. Actually, transmission study is done by a third group too. So usually we actually identify those before we start the system impact study, and we do them in parallel. So I should have that in the box on the right, but sometimes they're done sequentially. So I put that in the box down there. But yeah, substation study, impact study is basically anytime that we need to do work inside the substation. So if a transformer needs to be upgraded, or we need a new feeder and we need to like program the relaying and stuff like that, then a substation impact study is required. And that's kind of separate from the facility study. The facility study, I think, is more dependent on the distribution impacts and equipment we need to install in the distribution system. So like I said, the substation study is a separate group, and they estimate the cost separately from our distribution group. I think that's it. Oh yeah, so sorry, I forgot to go through the asterisks here. So this is a very simplified process map. So the actual process map is like 3 11 by 17 sheets long. So I really simplified it into these boxes just to get to fit on this slide. So this is kind of in a nutshell what the process looks like, but it's a lot more complicated than it looks here. All right, last slide here on the screening process. So again, those two different projects are following the same screening process. In our experience, there's been kind of a lack of flexibility in the initial screens. They're very specific, very prescriptive. And I don't know if we really considered the volume of applications that we're receiving. Like every month, it seems like we've had the most applications we've ever had this month. So that number keeps on growing, and there's just a rapid rate of change in the industry. And it'd be more helpful to us if we had some ability to adapt. For example, like that reverse power flow screen. So like, for example, if a feeder had a minimum load of 1,000 kilowatts and a 1,000 kilowatt solar garden applies, they cause reverse power flow, they agree to pay for VSR. So they're connected or going to connect, then every application after that is going to fail that reverse power flow screen. So that's kind of one of the issues that we have, that that in that case, that scenario where there's already reverse power flow, every application is going to fail that screen. So that's just making the process longer. Potentially unnecessarily. All of them fail, whether they're 1,000 kilowatts or 3 kilowatts. So even if they're unlikely to have any issues, we still have to fail them in that screen and move them onto a supplemental review. And there's also some potential holes in the initial screen. Like once we had an engineer that noticed that there was a long secondary length on one of the applications. There was like 1,000 feet of secondary, which is very likely that there'd be voltage issues with that, but there's no screen to capture that in the initial review. So it would help us to have some more flexibility to catch those kind of situations and make adjustments to those screens so that we maybe can be more accommodating and get these projects interconnected more quickly. So another experience we had is that all these reviews are.
Matt, I'll call time on you. Maybe wrap it up in 30 seconds.
Sure. Reviews are sequential, which can cause delay and increase cost for customer side DER. So we allow parallel reviews unless there's going to be like a exceeding the substation or transformer or feeder rating. So all those projects get put on hold. So if there's like 10 community solar garden projects, all the projects, like there could be 50 projects that all get put on hold to wait for those projects ahead in queue to get studied. So And we're kind of expecting we had that 25% carve out that I talked about earlier, that we're expecting that to increase our flexibility for the smaller DER projects, that we won't have that issue where we're getting stuck in sequential reviews, that there'll be capacity for those smaller projects that we can continue to review those in parallel with the solar gardens. So that's all I had.
Very good, Matt. Thank you so much for that very interesting and very clear picture of what's happening in Minnesota. We have 2 questions in the chat for you right now, and if anyone else wants to raise their hand. Commissioner Hall asks, do you have a queue waiting to hook up with solar systems? If so, for how long? You said your process doesn't prevent anyone with DER to hook up.
I said our process doesn't stop anyone from connecting. So we have always have a path to interconnection for a customer. So that could be, you need to install a new feeder that's 3 miles away, and it could be cost prohibitive, but we always give them a path to interconnection for those processes. And as far as the queue, I can't really speak to how the queue actually works. I'm not as well versed in that. Our project management office is better versed in that, but we can follow up on how our queue actually works for that.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question from Adam Harper. Excel's ICA process sounds very similar to Mexico's current ICA procedure. My question is, how does Excel handle backlogs and prevent undue barriers for customers to interconnect their DER promptly?
When you say backlogs, so are you referring to like there's a long queue of projects? Is that what the question is about? Like,
Adam, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, thank you so much, Eric. So it kind of more towards Commissioner Hall's question about the queue, is that in the spirit that we're all here to participate in this working group is to help streamline the process. So when I say backlog is that with these processes that you guys currently have that sounds very similar to what we have, it's creating a backlog in the queue, and it's preventing customers or to be able to interconnect their systems, like you were saying, causing undue economic barriers to them to get these systems going. So how do you guys speed up the process to essentially kind of eliminate some of those timely engineering reviews of scrubbing data, re-scrubbing data, which is just kind of a wash, rinse, repeat process that you said. So I was just asking, I hope that clarifies my question.
And it's probably a very complicated answer. I'll say that we do have timelines that we have to meet. Like, I don't know what specifically the timelines are, but there's timelines of have to complete this step in 10 days, 10 business days, this step in 20 business days, this step in 30 business days, that sort of thing. And a lot of times we hire or contract some of these services out to meet that demand and meet those deadlines. As far as what we do with our processes, we try to do automation as best that we can. But there are still some issues that we have, like on our web portal, that we're trying to fix as well. And I don't know if you're looking for more detail than that. If so, we can follow up with you after the meeting.
No, I think that explains it. Thank you.
Okay. We should move along. Actually, we're running behind now, so I'm gonna thank Matt for that excellent presentation. Really appreciated your effort in putting that together and being with us today. And further questions we can handle by email or offline, or if we have time later. Okay, very good. So now we're going to turn to our last speaker before our break, who is Ken Wilson from WRA on the experience from Arizona and Colorado. Ken, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, that's great.
Very good. So my name's Ken Wilson. I'm an electrical engineer. I spent 20 years at Bell Labs, then 10 years as a consultant, and the last 10 years I've been working on distribution grid issues, primarily for Western Resource Advocates. And so today I would like to talk to you about the interconnection rules that we have established through processes that you are starting to engage in over the last few years, and actually give you some details on some of the rules that we have instituted in those two states. And these are your sister states with some of the same types of solar resources and same types of utilities that you have, quite different from Hawaii, which is an island and it has 3 times the cost of energy that our states do, and also has very little land area where they can put large utility scale solar. So very different environment in Hawaii. In Colorado, we have been updating older interconnection rules for the past 2 years. We had a series of workshops, parties filed comments, we had additional meetings, and there was a hearing in front of an administrative law judge. And now the commission has approved the rules. There have been 2 RRR filings to straighten out a few little details, but they should be adopted very shortly. So this was a good process. I would say the Colorado rules are pretty detailed. We used the IREC model, we used the FERC SGIP, and we looked at other states, and it's a pretty good rule set that I think you should look at. Moving to Arizona, Arizona had no commission approved rules for a long time. We took about 4 years of intensive workshops, meetings, filings, presentations to the commissioners in open meetings, then commissioner deliberations, another round of public comment, and finally approved rules about a year ago. So this process took about 4 years. I would say the Arizona rules are a little more comprehensive than Colorado, meaning a little more detailed. So I think, again, a very good place to look to see what you might want to do. First, let me talk about the size limits for level 1 and level 2 consideration, and these are for smaller systems. Here I'm calling level 1 a super fast track for small inverter-based systems, and these require minimal screening, and I'll talk about that screening in a few moments. Level 2 is the fast track for medium-sized systems, and they get a little more screening, but still a very fast process. So in Arizona, the level 1 threshold is 20 kilowatts. They call this super fast track, and the utility has 14 days to approve or reject the application. So it's a pretty fast process. The level 2 threshold in Arizona is 2 megawatts, and the utility has 21 days to make a determination of those applications. In Colorado, the level 1 threshold is 25 kilowatts. And I would say that a lot of states are adopting the 25 kilowatt limit. And I have not heard of any real problems going to 25 kilowatts. The utility has 10 days to determine completeness of the application, and then another 10 days for approval or declining the application based on the screens. The level 2 threshold in Colorado is between 2 megawatts and 5 megawatts, depending on the voltage of the feeder and the location with respect to the substation. There's a table in the rules. That table is based on the FERC SGIP table that you should look at. And those applications have 10 business days for completeness and 15 business days for approval or non-approval. So initial screening, and this is based basically the feeder capacity, service transformer capacity, spot network, which we won't get into, and imbalance between phases for level 1. And this is pretty much the same for both states. So this is for the very small systems. They just have 3 screens. And then when you go to the larger systems, the level 2 screening, you use the level 1 screens plus some fault current analysis, some substation protective equipment, and some limitations on problem feeders, which could take into account the issue that the gentleman from Excel was talking about a moment ago. So that might be a way to handle that. If the application fails the initial screening, then the customer can opt to do the supplemental screening. There's a little bit extra cost, but not much. In Arizona, supplemental is another 21 calendar days, and in Colorado, 20 business days. And this supplemental screening adds a minimum load screen that I'll talk about in a moment, and then has voltage and power quality screening and safety and reliability screening. And that was mentioned a few minutes ago by the gentleman from Excel. So the big one that has been discussed a bit already this morning is the feeder capacity screen for level 1 and level 2. Both Arizona and Colorado use the 15% of maximum feeder load for initial screening. And I will point out that IREC and the FERC SGIP still use that as the initial screen. But then both of these states look at the 100% of minimum daytime load in the supplemental screening. And I think the presentation that was just given on how Excel calculates that minimum load was very, very good, and some information there I had not heard before, so that's great. However, many utilities don't really have good data on their feeders for minimum daytime load due to a lack of metering, recording, or years of collection, so that's an issue, and they may need an out. And if you look at the detailed rules in Colorado and Arizona, there is language in the rules that allows them to use estimation or other techniques if they don't have the actual data. The other thing I would say is if the turnaround for supplemental screening is fast, then the difference between the 15% of maximum feeder load or the 100% of minimum daytime load is not a great deterrent. So, you know, the real key here is how long is the utility given to do this screening. And that kind of goes to the questions that the commissioner was just asking about backlogs. And if you have rules that require a maximum amount of time for completing these applications, then you won't have much backlog, but the utility will have to hire extra people to do this screening, and that will cause extra costs. So that's the big screen that everyone is concerned about. Now, calculating the capacity is a big issue. So what do we mean when we say capacity? If you have just a plain rooftop solar system, you typically use the nameplate capacity. Say it's a 20 kilowatt system. Well, that would be what you would use in the screening. Systems with storage complicate this issue because they can be set up to be exporting, which means the battery can export energy. They can be set up as non-exporting, which means there's no export, or there can be what's called inadvertent exporting systems. And this is all typically set in software in the battery storage system. In both Colorado and Arizona, we look carefully at these issues, and they both treat the maximum capacity of a system as that which is exporting across the point of interconnection, and they don't include inadvertent export. The detailed language on this is important, so you need to look at that in both of these sets of rules and the IREC model rules to get an idea of how to define these precisely. Here's what the Arizona rules say about inadvertent export. So each of these states carefully looks at how to define inadvertent export, and you will see here that inadvertent export is not exporting for more than 30 seconds in one time period and no more than 2 occurrences in a 24-hour period. Now that 2 occurrences is not—
Minute warning, please. 3 minutes.
Okay. So I would say look at both the Colorado and the Arizona rules for how they define inadvertent export, and look at the IREC model rules. I won't go into this in detail. The 2 occurrences is a problem, and I wouldn't suggest using that one. Service transformer thermal limits was mentioned a bit ago. Service transformers, you don't want to heat them up and overload them. So in Colorado and Arizona, we looked at 25 kilowatt limit in Colorado. I don't recommend that. In Arizona, they looked at 75% of the service transformer rating. That's a better way to do it. You could go a little higher than 75% because that doesn't really take into account the load from the houses on that transformer. Closing comments, I think it's important to make this process of interconnection fast and efficient without jeopardizing the safety and reliability of the grid. And different states have different objectives, different rate structures, and different concerns. I think it's important for you to go through, a good process to get to where you want to be. And always be aware of the costs for other customers. And that was mentioned on the chat a bit ago, that sure, you could have all of the ratepayers pay for transformer upgrades, but is that a fair way to do it? And that's something of a policy issue for the commission. So with that, I will close my presentations and address comments. Thank you.
Very great, Ken. Thank you so much. We have a question in the chat from Joseph Herrera. Socorro, Ken, what are the Arizona and Colorado screening fee schedule? Are the fees the same for level 1 and level 2 screening?
I'm not sure of the exact screen or cost. The level one is much cheaper. They're both fixed. So the thing that the solar parties did not want was for the utility to have discrimination in what they charge. So the fees are fixed costs based on the utility's cost to process orders. You can look at the rules that we've provided to see what those are. I don't typically get involved in that. I'm the technical guy that looks at the technical issues.
Yeah, and Kevin Cray has just posted in the chat some answers for Colorado for that. I think in general, the folks who are working in the subgroups in terms of revisions to the manual or the rule, where I know you're addressing the question of fees and so on, feel free to contact the presenters on issues that may not be related to the technical issues we're discussing today, but certainly, they're a resource for us if they're willing to answer or pass along questions to other people they know in the process of those subgroup discussions as well. So we can make available, make sure people have all that contact information. I see David, you have your hand up, go ahead.
Yeah, so in Arizona, it was my understanding, and I haven't looked in depth at the rule, that as far as the timelines, there was some different timelines set up for co-ops as opposed to IOUs.
Yes.
Simply to recognize the difference between, especially when you get up to a bigger size, that we're not fully integrated utilities, and we may have to go through our G&T to get some of those screening processes done. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct. It was recognized by the commission that co-ops have smaller staffs and that they might need more time to process applications. So yes, you're correct.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. And since we are running 10 minutes behind, let's close this session with thanks and appreciation to all of the presenters. And let's take a 10-minute break and be back at 11:40. Okay, why don't we resume? Welcome back, everyone. This next segment, we have asked the 3 jurisdictional utilities to talk about their current practices related to screening interconnection applications for DERs, in particular related to rated capacity, circuit characteristics, et cetera, and also in terms of hosting capacity considerations, or how hosting capacity might be determined currently. So with that, let me turn the floor over to Kyle Riddell from SPS, who will go first. Kyle, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Let me get my screen shared here. Okay, can you see the presentation?
Yes, that's great.
Okay, perfect. So I'm Kyle Riddell. I represent Southwestern Public Service Company. Appreciate Matt's presentation earlier, and some of this will be kind of following the same things that he mentioned. So I'll try not to be too repetitive in what I have here. So with regard to hosting capacity, I have the same definition that Matt showed. And again, just to reiterate, we look at the line section, look at the most limiting element in that to determine what the hosting capacity of that section is. And we define that to be what brings us to the operational limits of the particular feeder or substation under consideration. And this is not to say that this is the ultimate limit. Like you mentioned, we'll offer potential upgrades that could be done to facilitate interconnection above this amount. But the hosting capacity as it's defined, or as we consider it within Excel and SPS, is that which we can interconnect without requiring infrastructure upgrades. So to talk a bit about the screening practices that we use in our New Mexico areas, if you remember the flow chart that Matt displayed, we essentially follow that. We apply the screens as they're specified in the New Mexico Interconnection Manual, as outlined there in Section 5, for when determining when supplemental review would be required. With the levels of penetration that we're seeing within the SPS territory, we often perform the supplemental review steps sort of concurrently with the initial screen, just to prevent having additional delays. If we're already looking at a particular application and an additional look is required, it's more efficient to just go ahead and do that rather than to say we're going to take another look and delay it another 10, 15 days or whatever it might be. So we do try to streamline that where we can and just proceed with looking at what needs to be looked at. Kind of backing up just a bit, as Matt outlined, SPS's experience as far as the number of applications that we've seen and the number of interconnections that we have currently is quite a bit less than what they've experienced in our Colorado and Minnesota territories. So we're working internally with those groups to identify best practices and lessons learned that we can apply in New Mexico to streamline our processes as well. So I did want to bring that up as well. So as was mentioned in Eric's and other presentations, we do look at the 15% of feeder loading criteria to determine when an additional, more detailed look at that application is to be required. It's not to be considered a limit above which we will not interconnect, but it's something that we deem to be a significant impact, or could be a significant impact to the feeder. At that level, you would have a higher probability of reverse power flow on the feeder. And so an additional study or a harder look at that just to determine what the impacts of that would be is warranted. And I did put in there about 5 megawatt interconnections. Most of those would exceed the 15% loading on a standard feeder. 5 megawatts would represent 400 amps at 1247 system voltage. And so those larger interconnections would most of those would need to have that additional look done on them to determine the system impacts of that. In addition, the minimum daytime load on the substation transformer is considered in our initial review to determine if backflow to the transmission system will occur. I mentioned this in our first presentation that we did at one of these workshops, that backflow onto the transmission system would require additional study by the Southwest Power Pool, as we are participating in them. And that organization is our regional transmission organization. So, and there are some cases in which this threshold will be reached before exceeding the maximum hosting capacity on a feeder. So both have to be looked at and considered, and we look at that early on in the process to determine what requirements are going to be there. So supplemental review, I mentioned that we often do these steps concurrently with the initial review, but this would be where we take an initial look at power flow analysis to determine the impacts to the voltage that a particular system might have. We'll look at upstream protection coordination and verify that can be modified if needed, or what modifications might be necessary. We look at other analysis to determine other complications that might be in play, distance from the substation and the conductor that we have existing. Sometimes it's not even the same conductor size all the way from the substation to the point of interconnection. So you have to look at what's present on each line segment to determine what impacts there might be there. How many reclosers might be between the substation and the point of interconnection that might complicate the coordination, as well as the amount of regulators that are upstream. And then again, mention the minimum daytime load on the substation to determine if a transmission backflow is in play there. And so the full interconnection study would be where we go to basically identify what's necessary as far as system upgrades. If significant upgrades are going to be required, based on our supplemental review, we go to the full interconnection study, and that's to basically take an in-depth look at the system and identify what those upgrades are, so that we're not overestimating costs to the customer and overestimating what's going to be required. We want to get that right and make sure that we have the ability to operate the system appropriately, but also provide the right amount of upgrades and the right cost to the customer, so that they're not being unduly burdened by that. And so sometimes reconductors of significant length could come into play. If there's multiple reclosers upstream, that can complicate things, and we'll need to do a more in-depth analysis there. Significant voltage impacts that need to be mitigated. These are the types of things that would warrant a more full look during a full interconnection study. And it should be noted, I think Matt alluded to this as well, but as we progress and gain knowledge and working through these in New Mexico, our ability to be more efficient and analyze these system impacts can improve. So, flexibility in the review processes is beneficial to allow for that, rather than a more prescriptive process that defines that you must check all of these things and have that looked at. If we gain experience and are able to streamline the process a bit, that would only serve to help everyone. So that is something that I wanted to bring out for consideration. And then I know there was some questions last time regarding our involvement in the Southwest Power Pool, so I wanted to touch on that briefly. The SPS is a member of the Southwest Power Pool as its regional transmission organization. And as such, the SPP is the transmission service provider And so any impacts to the transmission system falls into their jurisdiction and area of responsibility. And so any impacts to the transmission system would need to be studied by them to ensure that those are being allocated and accounted for appropriately. But there are benefits to SPS for being a member of the Southwest Power Pool. And that is, I listed a few of those here, generation and transmission capacities are spread across the pool. And so it allows us the additional ability to export power and not just serve our own base loads, but to export power to the rest of the pool. We're looking at the pool minimum load as far as what we can accommodate as far as DER utilization and not only the SPS minimum load. And so by our involvement in SPP and our participation in that, we've been able to increase our DER connected to 3,000 megawatts as opposed to 1,200 megawatts as a standalone balancing authority. So most of that is at transmission level interconnections, and I believe most of that is wind generation that we have on our system. But I did want to point out that there is some significant benefits in being a member of an RTO like that. And so I believe that is, yes, that is all the slides that I had prepared, so I can address any questions that anyone might have at this time.
Great, Kyle. Thank you very much. Questions for Kyle?
Kyle, this is Arthur. Are there any circuits or feeders on your system that are currently considered at capacity in which you won't entertain new applications?
In New Mexico, we're not at that point where we have the level of penetration to where anything is considered. We wouldn't consider it to be closed. We would offer upgrades, but we're not at that point to where we have run into that issue at this time. I believe Matt got some questions from some others, so I just wanted to offer this at this point. But with rooftop type applications, 10 kW, 20 kW systems, we've not run into capacity issues to where we've required significant upgrades on those. And we have had quite a bit of interest and inquiries regarding 5 megawatt installations, kind of in line with the Community Solar Act being passed. And I would expect that there will be a queue that would have to be developed as we go down that path, just because the existing system can only support so many 5 megawatt level installations, and many of the substations that we have, have lower daytime minimum loads. Often, some of them are less than 1 megawatt even. So that the transmission backflow requirement would come into play rather quickly there. And then just the number of applications that we expect us to come in as a result of that is something that we should definitely need to keep an eye on.
Great, thank you. Lance Atkins, you have your hand up, and you had also asked a question earlier in the chat about how this differs from Minnesota in the Southwest Power Pool imposes additional interconnection requirements and stuff.
Yes, thank you, Kyle. A question I have, we're not a member of the Southwest Power Pool, but certainly we're a transmission customer of SPS. And so, I don't know that I've got a good understanding of at what point would the SPP want to know or understand or study the impacts to the system. And as an example, if we had a community solar project walk in with 2 megawatts or 3 megawatts, that may or may not back up through the substation transformer. But it's my understanding there are some size or capacity thresholds that PP wants to be notified, and then they've got the opportunity to say whether or not they want to study that further. Am I incorrect in that?
So we may need to provide additional feedback on that, as I'm not probably the best resource within SPS to address the transmission requirements. I will say from my understanding that it's our position that SPP should be notified for any impacts. Now they may decide that at some level, you know, if it's a minimal impact that they don't have to study that. But our position is that them being the transmission service provider, they should be notified of any impact. So if there's backflow, we would like to notify them of that, and then proceed down whatever path they deem necessary with regard to studies.
Okay, thank you. Mark Miller, go ahead. You had asked, where are we seeing far greater hosting capacity beyond 15% on distribution networks due to network topology and structure? That was a question from Tom Key's presentation this morning. I'm not sure if you want to pursue that now or if you have something different, but Mark, go ahead.
Just give me a second here, John. I'll get off mute.
We can hear you. Yep, now you're back on mute.
You can hear me fine. Yeah, this is Kyle. I greatly appreciated it. And one of the things that we've seen in New England with the ISO New England is that once they reached a capacity for DG under the community solar program, I think it was like 25%. It triggered the ISO to conduct a review on any project over 1 megawatt. But it wasn't until the amount of community solar at DG hit a certain threshold. We did see that, and that is part of the process that we're going through in New England right now. The other question I had was, you mentioned anything, over 5 megawatt project connected to a 1247 kV feeder would trigger, would trigger a study, and because it would exceed 15% typically. On your distribution network, do you have 13.5, 23.5, 34? I presume you have, greater than 12.5, 12.47 kV feeders. Is that a large percentage of it, or is it mostly 1247? Where I'm going is, the larger the feeder, presumably the larger the capacity that we could, hosting capacity could conceivably be received on that feeder. If you could just perhaps talk to that.
Yeah, so the bulk of our system, especially in the around the towns there in New Mexico, is a 1247 system. We do have some 23 kV class systems, primarily serving the oil field type loads in Lee and Eddy counties. But we don't have customers served directly off of the 34.5 systems. We do have some of those, but they're treated more as a sub-transmission, if you will, and they're not very prevalent in our territory in New Mexico. But as far as serving customers from those, we install step-down transformers to serve the customer off of those.
Thanks. And not to put you on the spot, but do you have any sense as to when I always think of you as XL, but when XL is going to have an interconnection application process in place for community solar? Not to put you on the spot, but even if you said by quarter, that would be fine. You could say Q4. I don't know. Just
so I guess to kind of respond to that, our I guess our concern with community solar at this time is that the commission has not yet had time to establish the rules for that program. And so we would like to see the rules or perhaps even guidance from the commission on how to proceed with that. Of course, we have the existing interconnection manual, and we can proceed with that. But our only hesitation or concern is if the commission has guidance on whether projects that are already in flight or already interconnected would be allowed to transition into the community solar program. So I know that's not a definitive answer that you might be looking for, but that's some of the stuff that we're trying to work through currently on how that will be handled in the future.
Right, and that whole question that was raised earlier by the commissioner as to setting up a queue process will be very important, right? And how
correct, yeah, and I do like I mentioned with 5 megawatt installations that I believe a queue will come into play. Just looking at the available capacities on our existing substations, most locations aren't going to be able to host, multiple 5 megawatt installations. So a queue would definitely be necessary to.
Well, we saw that.
Mark, I'm sorry. I'm gonna cut us off here because our time is up. But I will say that we expect further interactions offline and in addition during follow-up meetings in these coming weeks between members of the working group and representatives of the utilities in terms of learning more about these things, getting details, and integrating them into proposals that are to be developed. So there's certainly a lot more dialogue to happen, and there'll be various ways for that. So thank you very much, Kyle, for that presentation. And now I'll turn it over to Andrea Contreras and Cindy Buck from PNM. Please go ahead.
Mark speaking. Hi, Mark. Hi, Marissa. How are you? I'm doing well.
Hi, Eric. I'm just working on sharing my screen.
What do you need?
Okay.
500. Sure.
Hi, somebody is talking on the phone and is bleeding into this presentation.
I think that's Cindy Buck on the phone.
I was still
we should be
muted.
okay now.
Go
ahead, Andrea.
1 second. Okay, give me one.
You'll have to unmute yourself as well. And if you are having technical issues, I can. Yeah, we can hear you now. If you are having technical issues, I can display your slides if you like.
Can you see my slides now by chance?
Not yet.
And I don't know if Cindy, if you can hear me, I know you have the slides. We did make a few updates to the slides. That's why I hadn't. Let's see. I shared them the last time. I had no problem sharing my slides the last presentation. Let's see, maybe now.
There you go.
Now can you see them? Okay.
Yep.
All right. Sorry about that. Okay. Appreciate it. So I'm going to run through our quick application review process. I know you probably may have heard some of this from the other presentations in terms of just following the interconnection manual timelines of when our applications are received. So when we do receive them, we do use the Power Clerk portal, so everything is received electronically, so then we can start our timelines, our clock timelines for when those applications are received. Once the application is received and payment is made, then we can go in there and actually process that application to start the screening for it. One thing I did want to note, and we all know we're in that pandemic, we were able to go ahead and offer some new payment options. Typically when contractors submitted it, it was all via check through the mail. When COVID kind of started, we knew things had to change. So we have offered additional payment options via credit card and ACH, which we think have also helped reduce the timeline from when the customers submit their application and make payment to when we can actually start the screening process. So in that initial review screening, once we can move it to that application review timeline, PNM did create this last year, several bots that are now helping us in our screening process just because of the amount of applications that we're receiving. So once that application is moved into our initial application screening, what we call initial review, that bot goes into our backend system, looks at the customer information, it validates their name, address, banner account information. It starts generating communications regarding potential meter types, if we need remote meters, any additional communications for budget billing, things like that, that customer starts to receive those communications noting that we have received and are starting the screening process. Our screeners then go in to review all of the documents uploaded by the customers. We have been working continually. I know a lot of our contractors may be on here, and we've tried to continue to work with them so that way we can get proper documentation, one lines, things like that, which really help in preventing delays. Once an application, because the way that we are required to process applications in a first in, first out queue, if you have all of your information and they're correct, we're able to process that and then move it to the next review. So we have been working really hard with our contractors to help that and prevent delays. Once it passes that initial screening review, it goes into technical review. I have some other slides that'll kind of show what that technical review consists of. But one thing that we did present on in the previous presentation was those feeders that are at capacity. So right now is when we check that feeder capacity, it actually was happening in the technical review. We are trying to look at moving that more to our initial review screening. So that way a customer doesn't actually have to wait that amount of time for it to go through initial review just to be told that they're on a feeder at capacity and they're on hold. So right now, that is one of the first things that we look at in technical review is can the feeder handle any additional interconnections? Once that's identified, either that customers sent the notification that that feeder is at capacity and then their application will be on hold. We do have some scenarios, and I think it's been talked about kind of as by the previous presenters, that most of the system improvements that are required are just in the millions of dollars, not feasible for a smaller rooftop solar. So we do have them on hold. We never reject or deny an application. We just place them in that hold queue until either system improvements are made or additional available capacity will allow for interconnections. So they do go through in that technical review, and they do look at the 15% line section screening. We look at the transformer capacity for the 65%. We review all of the NEC, NESC compliance for the equipment, cogen systems, that the voltages and configurations are matching what our distribution systems allow. And then of course, we are seeing a lot of new ESS systems, whether they're sole ESS or ESS in combo with PV. So we are looking at those and having to identify operations and interconnection modes. So in our technical review, this is just a basic kind of screening document that we utilize in order to look at the technical review. It takes account the feeder that the customer is on. It looks at that 15% line section. And you'll notice typically, probably quite a few of ours fail that 15% right off the bat. So what PNM has done, I think we may have mentioned this before, that we do have an internal process for what we consider a kitchen pass. If a customer is not on a feeder at capacity, and even if it does fail the 15%, but the system is less than the 50 kW, and there are no other upgrades such as the transformer required, then we do go ahead and approve those still within this process. And timeline wise, as we're starting to see, such an increase in applications, if everything is good, we don't have major issues, it's not a feeder that's got a lot of complications, then the average technical review will take a screener about an hour if everything looks good and we have correct data. So within that technical review, we also look at systems that are larger than 250. When we have those systems that are greater than 250, it does take a little bit of additional screening from the screener that's doing that review. We start looking at the contingency and the analysis for the backup feeders on that system. So those typically will take quite a bit, a longer amount of time to screen those. And I just kind of wanted to go through and you know, we did talk about the amount of solar. So to date, we have that over 25K of interconnections onto the system. And we are still seeing that huge amount of increase. So that's why we are trying to make new processes to screen quicker. We've added the bots with an average of over 500 to 600 applications per month. We are still meeting our timelines mandated by the interconnection. So, but just in Q1 for this last quarter, we had almost 1,700 applications come in. So that is impeding, and I think it was mentioned by Adam, some of the timelines that we end up, you know, having delays for. It's just because of the amount of applications that we're processing. And as more systems become complex with ESS, things like that, those time frames do get a little longer. So, and same thing to date. We've interconnected almost 2,000 systems, which is about a 60% increase from 2020. So we are trying to screen as quickly as we can, even with the current guidelines. So just a quick area of concern that we've had is, and I know we're looking at in some of these workshops, is the energy storage, just screening of the size of the systems when they come in either with PV or without PV. We do have our feeders at capacity. Looking at that 15% line section rule and what we're allowed based off of, you know, requiring a project to go to supplemental review versus the kitchen pass. Modifications to the net metering rule when we screen for ESS, that does prevent customers, especially if we go outside that 10 kW, to take advantage of the net metering benefits. And then of course the non-exporting systems for lack of monitoring. We get a lot of customers that ask for the non-exporting, especially on feeders at capacity. Just PNM has that lack of monitoring based off of the mode that's even selected that would prevent or let PNM know if a system is exporting or not exporting. And then the transformer ratings, you know, that does require a lot of upgrades for transformers for customers. For a potential increase to that 65%. And then things that we're looking at is policy, trying to make internal policy, as well as needing to work with the PRC for policy regarding ESS and third-party ESS ownership. So next, I will mute myself and I will turn it over to Cindy Buck to talk about feeders. Cindy, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay. You want to go back one slide, Andrea? There we go. So as Andrea mentioned earlier, the applications are reviewed to see if they're are located on a feeder at capacity. PNM determines the feeder capacity rating using the existing construction infrastructure, similar to what some of the previous presentations have talked about. On our 12 kV system, distribution system, the maximum standard construction would allow us to get to 10.1 MVA. Elements that we consider in that rating are the getaways. An aluminum getaway would limit us to about 8.2. The copper can get us up to the 10.1, but the feeder conductor from the getaway out to the end of the feeder can change along the way, and so that feeder conductor may limit the rating further. And it depends on where the point of interconnection is in terms of if there's any upgrades that might be necessary to make that connection. To determine if a feeder is at the capacity, the total generation already connected is compared to the feeder rating. And PNM does not want the total generation to exceed the feeder rating. Right now, we have about 18 out of our almost 500 feeders that are at 4%, or that is 4% of the feeders that are greater than 90% of the rated feeder capacity. That capacity is some rooftop, but is mostly due to large solar sites on the system. Want to continue? Thank you. Once the initial screens by the interconnection group under Andrea have determined that a supplemental review is needed, it comes into, you need to go back one slide. There we go. It goes into planning for our analysis. What we do is we look at the feeder SCADA data and for the transformers and the feeders, and we determine what the peak loads and the minimum loads for daytime are, and we create the models to develop the review for power flow. We look for the thermal overloads and voltage issues for both normal and contingency configurations for those systems. We also look for if voltage flicker is going to be an issue or if there is reverse power flow. We try to get these studies done within the allocated time frame based on the manual, but the timeline to actually complete the study is dependent on the department's other workload, because we do support many other departments in the company. If we determine that there is reverse power flow, we would coordinate with our transmission planning department. And then if we determine that any system improvements are need to be made for this particular applicant, we would look at what those system improvements would be and make those recommendations in the report back to the customer. Once we have determined if recommendations are needed or if everything looks good and they're given the okay, we finalize our part of the report, and then it gets transitioned to the protection department for their study. Okay, Andrea, back to you.
Thank you, Cindy. So for supplemental study to continue after planning has given their recommendations, protection has provided basically their steps and outlines for what they do and what they're looking at in the primary feeder under the study. It's evaluated before and after the new installation or system size for the customer, loading impacts to protection coverage and equipment capacity, fault current impacts to protection coverage, and then of course reverse power impacts for load encroachment. Of course, I think Kyle had mentioned too, they're looking at all of the dynamic protective devices, what's on the system or on the feeder, that all has to be evaluated using the iterative processes, such as each contingency for the primary feeder is studied for the same criteria, as well as the backup contingencies involving the primary feeder. Right now, just based off of workload and just the applications that we're seeing and what's going into supplemental review because of the amount of DER on these feeders, it seems like we're sending a lot more projects to supplemental. So right now, all of their supplementals out of protection are being outsourced to a contractor. So their timelines and things can vary as well, but they do have to get all the data package available, make it available to the contractor, allow the contractor to complete the study, and then it returns back to P&M for internal review. But those timelines also can vary based off the study and what was returned from the contractor. And they can be very complex. So that does determine what the supplemental time frame is currently. But other than that, that was all we had, Eric. So any questions?
Great, thank you so much, Andrea and Cindy. That was very good overview, and I appreciate all the details too. We have two questions in the chat. First from Ken Wilson. How is P&M defining feeder rating? And I believe that you've talked about that on your slide number 9 in terms of determined by the equipment ratings. But Ken, did you want to elaborate on that? What was in addition to what they already put on the slide?
Yeah, I thought that was a little vague on the slide. I mean, do you mean the 15% of peak as the feeder rating? Do you mean 100% of minimum load? How are you calculating that?
The feeder rating is based on the construction elements of the feeder itself. It is not based on load, whether it's peak or minimum. It is based on the actual construction element rating. So the conductors, the switches, those type of elements help determine the actual rating of the feeder.
So you mean that if you've got a feeder that's handling 7 megawatts of load, that a maximum capacity that you would actually allow 7 megawatts of rooftop solar?
The seven megawatts of load does not come into play for the feeder rating, just the construction. So when you're looking at a feeder, when you're looking at adding load to a feeder, you're looking at the construction elements that limit how much load can be put on a feeder. We look at it the same way. You can't put too much PV on the feeder because if there was no load on that feeder, that would be the contribution for the thermal and the voltage issues on the feeder. So there's an amperage, there's an MVA limit to the equipment.
Okay, thank you. And then Jim Desjardins asks, can you elaborate on what is a kitchen path?
So a kitchen pass for us is we had started to see so many projects that were failing that 15%. So what PNM did internally to prevent those from having to go into supplemental, we developed an internal process. If a system is less, if a interconnecting system is less than 50 kW, and of course, as mentioned, not on that feeder, then we go ahead and just run through the additional screening. It doesn't have to go to supplemental, and we can then approve it. Almost as kind of like a fast track. Hope that answered that question,
Okay,
Jim.
very good, very good. I don't see any other questions. I think we'll move along. I will emphasize again. Oh, Commissioner Hall, go ahead. And you'll have to unmute yourself.
I think you're on mute.
Sorry, that last answer kind of caught my attention. So is that shortening the queue with that solution of that 50 kW ceiling as opposed to 15?
So the 15% on the line section, that's just part of the review. What that was limiting was the amount of projects that we would push into supplemental, because if we said it failed at 15%, then technically it should be going at above a 10 kW system to supplemental review. Our supplemental reviews go into planning protection. They require the customer to pay the additional $4,400 to have that studied, the more in-depth study on that feeder where they're wanting to interconnect. But what we did internally to prevent the customers from having to go into that supplemental queue is approve them if the system is less than the 50 kW. And it still, even if it fails the 15%, if there's no transformer upgrades needed, then we go ahead and approve them for installation.
Right, but my question is, are you finding that that's shortening the number of people waiting? Are you able to therefore expedite and move through that waiting list that you have?
Well, it's just the application queue. So it would just be any customer that comes in and submits their application. I don't know that it speeds up the process. They still have to go through the queue. It just doesn't require them to go into supplemental. So they're still going through the same queue. We're still meeting the same timelines for initial review and technical review.
Oh, so, you're meeting the timelines, but you're not exceeding them.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks very much, Andrea. Let's move along now to our third utility presentation. This will be from Roberto Ravella at El Paso. Roberto, please go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Eric, can you please display the PowerPoint? My internet, it's a little bit slow on my end.
Sure, just a minute.
And while you, show it in there, we prepared a little bit different presentation from the rest because we thought we were under the impression that a lot of this residential and small commercial process had been described before in a previous workshop. So, but anyway, I'm going to recap that and then move over on to continue with the presentation we prepared. Our presentation was basically more towards large distribution interconnection projects, 1 megawatt or larger, that or 10 megawatts and sometimes larger, that covers and addresses the rules 568 and 569. I'll recap also real quick what Joe Garibay and Ty Poller, our distribution superintendent, provided in a previous presentation.
Eric, excuse me for interrupting. I'm having a hard time hearing Roberto. I wonder if he's on a speakerphone or something. There's kind of an echo I'm hearing. Ask him to maybe do something. He's on a speakerphone.
I'm on the phone here.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. I'm not sorry, not on the phone. I'm just connected to the computer, but it's I have a microphone to it.
Okay. All right. That's all right.
So EP East currently has approximately about 32,000 kilowatts of capacity connected to our system, and number of connections, it's approximately 100 a month. This year, last year it was about 1,156 applications received. So in essence, it's approximately our interconnections group. It's processing about 100 applications a month, and with an average size capacity of 5.58 kilowatts. And the very large majority of it, over 95% of them, are residential. EPE hasn't, it adheres to the New Mexico Interconnection Manual as a minimum, but we do, in the process and the review processes, are quite fast and expeditious. It has an automated system where the customer submits the application and everything is processed online, and there's little interaction with the people, and the customers can follow through the process and where they are with the permit and everything. There's really no
Roberto, just a reminder if I should be advancing the slide.
No, I just was trying to give a recap because everybody went to for the small facility. So I'm just going to recap that and then move here into mine, which is the large ones. But the methodology we use is the customer submits an application, and then our screening process are very fast, and then they hardly merit, even if it requires the supplemental review. That supplemental review by the distribution engineering group, it's done quite expeditiously. It doesn't hold up the customer his construction or building up, and definitely everybody get application is accepted for behind the meter applications. So I'm not going to really dwell more because our processes, although we have the screens and everything, nobody's limited. It just for reference, and I'm going to more focus on the large ones. But if anybody has any questions on our interconnection process for behind the meter applications, feel free to ask questions, and I'll answer them, or Ty Poller is also here, so he'll be able to give you a little bit more flavor into the supplemental review. But I'm going to be addressing more the large ones in here, where we deal with the Rule 568 and facilities that want to connect to our distribution system. And I think that this is a lot will be coincide with the community solar that projects that may want to, maybe applying or maybe wanting to interconnect to our system in the near future. So, as I mentioned before, we follow the interconnection manual, and we do have the availability for customers to apply or request a pre-application report, which we provide to them. We do charge $300 for them, and we provide the information. We follow pretty much, we provide all the information that the IRAC process currently recommends for those pre-application reports. We also have the screening process just to determine if, maybe we can advance it to the next slide, Eric. Yeah. We also have the screening process, and where we see what where the customer wants to connect, and then determine if a supplemental review is meritorious. The 15% minimum load, it's what the rule stipulates, but EPE uses that only as a guideline to identify it as a supplemental review. Once we receive the supplemental review, I mean, projects larger than 2 megawatts, they're likely to require a system impact study. Not always. I mean, it depends on the technical requirements to interconnect, and also the operational flexibility that our system may have at that point, along with what other facilities may be connected, how much DG, the capacity of the feeder, all those things. And that's where the supplemental review will come in. Also voltage imbalances and power quality issues. So that's on the supplemental review. If we can advance it to the next slide. Now, the interconnection process itself, I mean, once a customer submits an application, and this is for larger, I mean, for feeders 1 megawatt or larger that want to connect to our feeder, they do need to demonstrate site control, because when you connect directly to the feeder, there's no customer behind their facility. So this is going to be pretty much a green field. We do require the application fee in accordance to the manual, and then all the technical information for us to model the one-line diagrams, the inverters they want to use, the transformation, the impedances, all the necessary information that we'll need to use to model this in at our distribution, and also possibly in our transmission models. Eric, if we can advance to the next slide. Now, once the application is deemed complete, they do receive a queue position, and then once we also set up with the customer and meet with the customer to have a scoping meeting to really learn the details of the project and the purpose for the project as well. Are they going to be willing this information? I mean, this energy to the third party outside APE? Are they going to be? Is this project going to be a QF? Now, I mean, one of the questions may be if it's going to be for community solar, or we just want to become familiar with the project itself and how they plan to connect, and what are their intentions, and the timelines, and all the details that come with the project. And in there, we share information also, more detailed information as to the what they can expect from that point of connection. I mean, and some more details on the feeder itself. Now, going a little bit more into the screening process, I was just putting this part here. EPE has 2 different voltage sizes or feeder sizes, 24 kV feeders, and also in other parts of the system, it has the 13.8 kilovolt feeders. So the capacities on those feeders are quite different. I mean, some of them can be up to 18 megawatts in capacity. Others are only limited to 10 megawatts. And we follow that screening process, like I mentioned in figure 1 of the manual, as to what it will require, if it requires studies, and what kind of analysis we will perform. The screening process identifies a distribution network system. EPE does have one, but it doesn't have one in New Mexico, so that will not apply here. Eric, if we could go to the next one. And part of the study is the interconnection process. I mean, if we have to perform studies, I mean, a feasibility study, if the customer wants to initiate just fact finding and is not fully committed to building their project, they sometimes request a feasibility study. It will require a system impact study and the facility study. On the system impact studies, EPE, well, the manual does allow EPE the discretion to either study them serially or in clusters. To study the distribution projects in clusters, it will mean that basically a lot of people will be applying at the same time, and hopefully we'll be saving study time and make things faster. Needless to say, EP doesn't have very many of these projects. We only have 3 of these projects connected to EP's system directly to the feeders, and they were the result of RFPs. And right now we don't have any, well, we haven't connected any feeders in the past, at least in the past 5 years or 6 years. After the system impact study is performed, then the facility study follows up, and once the facility study identifies a cost, then the customer and the utility enter into an interconnection agreement. Next slide. I don't know if I have any more.
No, that's the last one.
That's the last one. Thanks, Eric. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, and hopefully we can.
Very good. Thank you, Roberto. Thank you very much.
Roberto, this is Arthur. I just want to make this quick. I'm a little confused by your statement that you don't have a distribution network system in New Mexico, but you have distribution customers. You're using a term I'm not completely understanding.
It's a distribution network system.
Okay, please describe.
The network? What
do you mean by that?
Okay, so that's where the the downtown network of El Paso and I think PNM also has a network, distribution network in Albuquerque. That uses some it's a system that is not serially connected. It's built into a network. Like downtown Los Pasos, it uses a different protection systems, and it is mostly underground. Yeah, sometimes it's referred to as spot network also. And the primary difference between that is that those systems are all network connected together. They're not serial distribution feeders like the majority of our system.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you.
Other questions for Roberto, El Paso? I'm sorry, I'm not monitoring the chat. I should be doing that.
I have a quick question. This is Jim.
Go ahead.
Are there any feeder lines that are at capacity on the El Paso network?
I'm not familiar with any, but I'm going to refer to Ty. He's the distribution superintendent, and I know he's keenly aware of those details.
Yeah, I can respond to that. We currently do not, but we are, instead of, or similar to PNM, we use the equipment rating for the feeder ratings, and that's the amount of production we're able to put on them. But we use a limit of 110% of aggregate connected production instead of 100%. And we are nearing that on at least one circuit.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, very good. As I said before, we will be encouraging and intending that there be further interaction between working group participants and utilities in terms of their current practices, or as we go through the proposals. As we go through proposals, as we go through reviewing the proposals and commenting and interactions and developing a final result for the commission, that interactions between members of the working group and utilities will be highly useful, I believe, and encouraged. Okay, then let us take another break right now. We've finished this segment, so let's take another 10-minute break until 12:50, and then we'll come back and have our final presenters. 10 minutes, everyone. Thanks.
Yeah. Hey, Eric, Tom Key here. I'll rejoin at that time.
Okay, Tom. Okay, hello everyone and welcome back. Let's continue along now. Our third and final segment before we get into the actual proposal development discussion at 1:30 today. Between now and 1:30, we have this final segment scheduled to hear any comments from the co-op utilities on anything that we've heard or discussed so far today. And also then to hear from Kevin Cray on community solar and Michael Ropp from Sandia with some observations. And we'll have to shorten things a little bit for everyone, but we'll see how that goes. So first of all, just to see if any of the co-op utilities would like to comment on what they've heard and add or point out additional considerations that they may be dealing with that the utilities we've heard from aren't. So if you could please identify yourself, anyone from a co-op utility.
Eric, if I may, this is Kevin Gronwald. I'm with
Kevin?
Statewide Association. If I could give just some brief comments. I know there's several distribution co-ops on this call, and they're going to have unique situations. So with that, if I may just start and then turn it over to the co-op managers that are on the call. We serve the very ruralist areas of the state, and with keeping Rule 568 in mind, I go back to a slide that I think Ken Wilson put up this morning. Couple of things that struck me that need to be at the forefront of this rule, and that is safety and reliability have to be number one. Also of great importance is that you minimize any impacts on the non-interconnected customers, both from an operational standpoint and also from a subsidy standpoint. With our distribution co-ops here in New Mexico, about half of the co-ops have engineers and about half don't. Staffs are just too small. Over half our staffs are probably less than 40 employees total. That includes outside, inside, everybody. And even with the co-ops that have one or two engineers on staff, a lot of times these review processes have to be sent out to one of our consulting engineers. So that's one consideration. The other general comment I'll make is we serve across the state less than 5 meters per mile line. And what that means is we can have feeders out there that are very, very long distance and very lightly loaded. And what that does is create some unique challenges in how you keep the system, the voltage and everything else in balance. There are other places on the system where they're more hardened. It's a tighter connection because it's a more dense load. But the most unique thing about our systems are these long lines. And also from co-op to co-op, you're going to find that you have co-ops where there's quite a bit of penetration with interconnection, and some that have virtually none. And with that, I will turn it over to the distribution managers. I believe Mario Romero from Otero has some time constraints, so I would ask that he would go first.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So I think Kevin did a good job kind of summarizing where the co-ops are. One saying you'll often hear is if you've seen one co-op, you've seen one co-op. So all the co-ops are different, although we're all generally rural in nature. Otero is, I think I mentioned when we were introduced at the first meeting, a few years ago, Otero was ranked number 5 in penetration of behind the meter, net metered solar. And I believe the 4 that were in front of us were all in Hawaii. So, number 1 in the mainland, that included IOUs and co-ops and everyone. So we've had our fair share of experience with interconnections. I was the engineer. I've been the manager for 6 years. I was the engineer for 15 years before that. And so I personally dealt with many of the interconnections that we've experienced. Just add a little, I guess, color to the conversation. We have probably 1,400 interconnections. Our system peak is around, well, it's under 50 megawatts. So a couple of comments I'd like to make is, so it seems like to me that the interconnection manual as is, obviously we need some updates and changes. However, it's worked well for us, and we've been able to handle, all of the residential. So first of all, we do have an engineer on staff still, and in addition to me, we've been able to handle all of the, residential and small commercial type interconnections in-house that kind of go through the normal simplified interconnection process. There's been a couple of examples for larger projects that we did have to use consultants because they required a full system impact studies. And and so what I would say, probably the most important point I'd make is the screening process works well. The issue that we run into is that a lot of times these systems are already built, installed before the customer ever contacts the utility. And so we've run into situations where, let's say someone installs even a 10 kW system, but they've got a 200-foot service to their residence. Well, that's going to maybe exceed that 2/3 rule on the transformer, because most of our co-op customers are one transformer per customer potentially, and so we may have to come back to that customer with the bad news that we have to upgrade their service or their transformer, and that's an unexpected cost and timeline that they were not aware of. Maybe change the economics for them, and so they were not, they just never made contact with the utility until after the system was already built and they're ready for us to interconnect. So I would say the pre-application process in my mind is a huge issue, at least for us at Otero. I think the other thing I'd like to add is that, earlier at the opening comments, we heard about the project in Santa Fe. My understanding, if I had the details correctly, it was about a 2.2 megawatt total system project and solar project. And the comment was made that it was going to save millions of dollars annually. I did a quick calculation using PV watts, which we use all the time for estimating, production on solar projects. Assuming that retail rate is 10.2 cents per kilowatt hour. The actual avoided or the savings on that project would be something like $390,000 a year. And that does not include the cost of construction of that project or the PPA cost. So I just want to point that out because that's a similar situation that we run into with developers. Will kind of overpromise or oversell what the benefit is and the economic benefit is for the customers. And then we get to deal with an unhappy customer after the fact because it's not doing what the developer promised. That's all I have, unless there's any questions, and I'll be happy to turn it over to the next co-op manager.
Mario, this is Arthur. I just want to clarify that the solar project is part of a much larger energy efficiency performance contract. And so, I wasn't breaking out the solar savings at all because I haven't done any analysis on that.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Great. Thank you so much, Mario, and thank you, Kevin. Who else? We have other co-op managers. Joseph Herrera, go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Eric. Similar to what you've seen at Otero, our biggest thing, we have probably about 149 installations. We put in a new AMI system, and we have discovered about 7 or 8 rogue installations. So we're finding where systems were installed. We didn't know, we're not aware of them. A lot of our area is mostly rural. We're about 3.6 meters per mile line. And when we get solar developers penetrating the city of Socorro, which we serve, a lot of the services were built for homes that were built in the 80s and 70s. So they have a 60 amp panel or a 100 amp panel, and then they have to be upgraded to a 200 amp panel. And so that requires state inspection, electrical inspection. So once they get approved, they already got the panels on the house, and now we're waiting for electrical inspections to take place, or we have to work through that process. And so we have to do additional work on our end because all our applications are farmed out to our consultant to do a review, the screening process per the manual. And so come to find out, sometimes the transformer has to be upgraded as well as the secondary wire over to the residential service. So that adds some additional time for the members' installation to come online. So we see a lot of that happening. Our feeders are a lot smaller. We have, like in the city of Socorro, we have 12470 coming off a 600 amp breaker in the substation for each feeder. Out in the rural areas, you'll have the 24 kV feeders, but they also have a 600 amp breaker. And those feeders are very long. We have a feeder that's close to 72 miles. And then that's just the backbone, the 3-phase, and then you'll have laterals off of that. So those always can create some different issues. And it just we work through it. We work with our members, but there's a lot of over promising and under delivering when we get these installations done, and then we're left to deal with the unhappy customer because the solar company has moved out, and now we're trying to make it right for them somehow or some way. So I'll leave it at that. I'll take any questions.
Great, thank you, Joseph. We have Lance, you have your hand up. Go ahead, and then we'll see if there are any questions for anyone else.
Okay, yes, this is Lance Adkins. I'm with Farmers Electric Cooperative based out of Clovis, New Mexico. And, I would echo some of the comments that are already made, is there should be some provision for small utilities that might look at timelines and costs when some of these formal studies have to be sent out to consulting engineers for completion. I would say that we are able to handle a lot of the reviews in-house if you're talking about some of the the smaller net metering or behind the meter type systems. But we do also have two large wind farms, 9.8 megawatts each, that are interconnected with our system. And that's why I asked so many questions about the Southwest Power Pool process, because that is the process we went through. And our system is not modeled by the SPP. And so we have to do our own study for impacts to our system and also engage in the Southwest Power Pool affected system study. And those are quite expensive and take as much as several years, and you get varying results as it goes through that process. And so it is often some years, at least on the ones that we have done, before the QF facility actually knew what the interconnection costs and impacts would be to them. And so I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of that. Something that we are seeing, particularly with the decline in the costs of these systems, is a propensity to oversize the systems so that the solar has the likelihood of full net metering of the annual kilowatt hours. And what happens with that is that the first comers get to install considerably larger systems, And that would certainly have an impact on those who might want to install later when you've got these oversized systems installed. And I guess the last thing that I would want to point out is, at least for the distribution co-ops in particular, rate recovery is an important issue for us, whether you're looking at system upgrades or system impacts. But just to make sure that everyone that is interconnected and utilizing the system is paying a fair share of the cost to build and operate the system. That's the only comments I would have.
Okay, thank you, Lance. Cynthia, Commissioner Hall, just 1 second. I just would point out to everyone that we've heard quite a broad range of issues related to co-ops just in the last 15 minutes. And some of these issues do relate particularly to the technical issues we've been discussing, and they also relate to other issues that are being taken up by the subgroups and the overall process in this working group to revise the manual and the rule. So I think we can take these points into many of the other sub-venues, subgroups and discussions and so on that are ongoing. And really, as we think about proposals for the technical issues, what aspects of what we've heard from the co-ops would potentially go into those proposals. We should move on, but Commissioner Hall, do you have a quick question? And you have to unmute yourself.
Yes, sorry. I think it'll be quick. This is for Joseph. He had mentioned that sometimes, a member will get a system and there will have to be upgrades to the line or even a substation, substations, transformer maybe. I just wondered how those additional costs were handled by the co-op. Does a member pay for whatever extra costs there are, or do they spread it across the membership, or how does that work in a co-op?
So if it's a transformer upgrade, we don't charge for the transformer upgrade, but if we have to upgrade the secondary wire or extend primary, because some of our secondary runs could be up to about 600 feet. So now if we have to extend primary, then they would pay for that. We would treat it like a line extension. But if it's just the transformer, there's no cost to that. But if it's secondary wire, then we charge for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, let's move along now to our presentation from Kevin Cray. Kevin, you have the floor.
Thanks, Eric. Let's see if I can get my screen pulled up here. Are you guys able to see my screen?
Yes, we can. Your audio is a bit echoey. I don't know if there's anything you can do.
Yes. Let me see if is that still pretty echoey now?
Yeah, there's some feedback going on somehow.
Let me switch to my phone very quickly. How's that?
Sounds better.
Excellent. All right. Sorry about the delay there, folks. So my name is Kevin Cray. I am the Mountain West Regional Director for the Coalition for Community Solar Access. And we are the nationwide trade organization focused on the community solar industry. I thought I'd start off with just kind of differentiating where community solar fits in the overall scheme of things. It's really kind of square in the middle between rooftop solar and utility scale solar. It's connected to the distribution system. It's generally a direct injection into the distribution system, so it certainly warrants its own set of considerations from an interconnection and operations perspective, whereas opposed to rooftop solar is usually offsetting on-site loads, and utility scale solar tends to be larger arrays interconnected at the transmission level. Also thought we'd go through kind of what the community solar initial siting process is, just to highlight why some of the pre-application resources are important to help kind of limit spinning of wheels on both the developer side and the utility side. A typical kind of initial first step is to review some available mapping resources. And I'll get into kind of the scale of different mapping resources on the next slide. But, at a minimum, they need to identify land areas that are in the applicable utility service territory. It would obviously be better if they knew there were appropriately sized facilities, typically a three-phase line in the general vicinity. Or the best case scenario is there's actually a hosting capacity map where they're targeting areas where there's known hosting capacity for their scales project. From there, they would conduct a land campaign and look to solicit potential sites and find landowners that'd be willing to lease some portion of their land for solar development for a community solar array. From there, they would visit the site, perform some initial site diligence, see how flat it is, make sure that there's an applicable amount of space and that it's a good fit. And then from there, they'd likely submit a pre-application data request for those sites that kind of pass that initial diligence. And that's really a key checkbox, is the interconnection can kill quite a few projects just from a cost and financeability standpoint. From there, they may or may not have to do some additional diligence, like a geotech study or environmental species study. And then from there, we kind of move on to securing a land option on the site that they could move forward with into a solicitation, bid into an RFP, or do a walk-up rate if it's more of a standard offer type of a application or program. Talking a little bit more about the various levels of maps, kind of moving on the left from something that's pretty basic and that one would assume most utilities have pretty handy, moving to the right, which is kind of the creme de la creme, if you will, of real-time access to data. So general service territory maps, I think, are typically available, or I guess are typically something that utilities have and not necessarily something that they make available. So I think that's a great first step to just kind of open up some of the available information to developers to help them hone in on those land searches. A typical next step would be to provide some high-level facilities maps. This could be general locations of substations, but preferably including some of the feeder mapping as well, in conjunction with a daytime minimum load report with capacity too. So that kind of allows developers to identify areas that are likely to have a decent amount of capacity as they're honing in on their sites. Moving up to scale from that would be kind of a basic hosting capacity map, similar to the hosting capacity map that Colorado has right now. This is, a pretty simple map that just identifies through color shading where there tends to be capacity to interconnect a certain scales project. Moving up yet a little bit further would be more of an interactive map, or potentially having downloadable capability to interact or to inject that mapping's tools information into other GIS tools that developers might be using to kind of give them the full picture. This would be similar to Minnesota's hosting capacity map from an interactive standpoint, where you can click through and learn more about specific segments of the grid that you might be interested in. And then I think really the ultimate place that folks would like to land is real-time or near real-time interactive and downloadable hosting capacity maps, where those are really tethered to the systems that are coming online and are showing realistically the hosting capacity that is available at any point in time. I want to talk through some other kind of helpful tools and info that can help with community solar development. I think a transparent feeder or substation level interconnection queue is something that's really important and allows folks to identify where there's a lot of interest on a particular area of the grid, and also identify whether it may or may not make sense to put in yet another application in that particular area. Overall, I think there's a general trend towards providing more and more project information within the queues. I think this is something that I've seen happen in the Minnesota market, where there was recently approval from the commission to allow for more robust information to be included in the queue around, the owner of the project, expected system upgrades, what the initial cost estimates are, expected in-service dates. As we get into some of the more lengthy queues that I think Matt hinted on a little bit during his presentation, you can end up in a queue for a pretty significant amount of time. And so that kind of feeds into the developer's risk profile as they're considering whether submitting an application, moving forward with a land lease, et cetera, in a particular area of the grid is worthwhile. So I think the queue is a very important tool there. I think another important tool is the interconnection process flowchart. I think there's the very robust, multi-page version that, again, Matt had talked about. And then there's kind of some more simplified versions. Colorado has a couple of pretty good examples that kind of step through the level 2 and level 3 study processes that pertains to community solar, and kind of gives you a sense of how long you're going to be in that process, how long it'll take to get the various pieces of information back, and kind of what you expect to get back at each step. So I think that has been a pretty helpful tool, particularly for new community solar markets like we're likely to have here in New Mexico starting next year, as well as for just new entrants to the market to help them get up to speed quickly and understand the process without having to ask a lot of questions of the utility engineers. A high-level equipment cost guide can also be very useful and give folks a sense of what they can expect to pay for various system upgrades as they move through the process. This can be particularly important both at the pre-application stage as well as kind of coming out of the system impact study stage before moving through the facility study, and gives developers an opportunity to see whether taking that step really makes sense or not. I think a lot of the California utilities have done a great job of providing high-level equipment cost guides. Excel in Colorado provides similar cost guides kind of more recently. And I think that's, again, just a very useful tool to help hone in on what folks expect to see in their interconnection agreements as they get to that step. And then lastly, general timelines for completing the various upgrades. Understanding that can be a little bit hard to back into because it is, pretty situational as far as what other work is going on in that particular area, how extensive the upgrade is, and the fact that, upgrades can vary, particularly in the substation setting, quite a bit, just depending on what the original equipment that's being worked on is. I don't know if any of the other community solar folks on the line have any other examples they'd point to along any of these points. I've been kicked off my phone and back to my computer, so hopefully you're not getting too much echo now. But
that's still okay.
Okay. Well, moving on to the pre-application data reports. So this is essentially a site-specific initial screening tool that enables the developers to get more information on a particular site that they'd like to move forward with before submitting a formal application. The purpose of these is to be kind of quick and low cost to really mitigate that initial risk and allow folks to make smart decisions. So typically they're a low cost of $200 to $500 per location. Information is returned relatively quickly within a couple of weeks. And it's based on existing data that's reasonably available to the utility. So it's meant to be kind of a middle ground between giving the developers additional information that would not be attainable through standard data sources like a capacity map, while also not burdening the utilities by having them do any sort of special studies or digging up additional information that is not generally available to them today. I think this creates a lot of efficiencies for all involved by limiting full interconnection study requests. This frees up utility staff time and allows them to do this work with a more junior level engineer, again, kind of freeing up their more senior engineers to work on other things. It lowers project development and carrying costs on the development side and helps them mitigate risk before moving into a more formal study. It also reduces queue congestion as it can identify sites with fatal flaws much earlier in the process before they actually even enter the queue and impact other projects that may have a more viable site. Overall, I think IREC has a really good model for how to set up the pre-application data reports, and we would certainly encourage folks to look to that as a kind of a best practice and a place to start from. Lastly, just wanted to kind of highlight a couple operational considerations. So the use of smart inverter technologies can allow community solar type developments to provide grid support. I think it also offers opportunities for voluntary curtailment. If you're in a particular segment of the grid that, maybe your upgrade's being caused by something that happens just 4 or 5 days out of the year, the project can offer to voluntarily curtail during those times to avoid having to pay for those upgrades. I think remote disconnect in emergency situations can also be something that is kind of fruitful for both sides and allow projects to be disconnected as they're absolutely required to, but also allow them to be reinstated quicker. Along those lines, I think some other operational considerations are around outage notifications. Outages obviously happen for various reasons. I think giving a good amount of warning to the developers is extremely helpful to allow them to plan. There's potential that they can do their own system maintenance while the utility is conducting their maintenance and having the project offline. It's also important to know when the grid's going to come back online. Unlike a rooftop or on-site solar system, there don't tend to be community solar operational personnel at these sites, and some of them can be in very rural areas. And so having a good idea of when the grid's going to come back online so that they can schedule someone to go recommission and turn on that project is very important. And that just kind of feeds into utility system maintenance. Is just kind of one of those reasons that there might be a planned outage that people need to plan for. With that, can open it up to questions, or again, if any of the other community solar folks have things to add, would welcome that as well.
Very good, Kevin. Thank you so much. Questions or other comments? I'll have a question, Kevin, or a comment, I guess. I'm just pointing back to a discussion we had earlier in terms of if, to the degree to which, or if the either initial screen or supplemental review was based in minimum load, and if we actually had those minimum load numbers mapped out for at least certain feeders or certain geographic regions of the state or particular utility service territory, that would be very helpful in lieu of pre-application, or maybe in parallel with pre-application to facilitate where the community solar would be developed and expedite that. And you had said that there would be some sort of maybe minimum regions, geographic regions, which would be most helpful. And if you were to define those, that might actually allow the utilities to come up with that minimum load data quite quickly.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Eric. And I think that's a really interesting area where the utilities and the community solar development community can really work together to both site these in areas that would be optimal for the utility, and then also to point out, where development's actually feasible from a development standpoint. And then finding that nexus between those 2 points is really, the ultimate goal of providing those systems, where they provide the most benefits to everybody. So I would certainly encourage folks to continue to think through how we can collaboratively work together to identify those zones, and then maybe do some further diligence on those. One example of that, again, pointing to Colorado, in Excel's most recent RFP, they identified a handful of targeted zones where they did some preliminary engineering work, and then provided that information to the developers as part of the solicitation with additional points for siting projects in those targeted areas. So they effectively identified a set amount of capacity that could interconnect to those substations, laid out where those particular feeders went, and then gave additional considerations to sites that would be interconnecting to those feeders. So I think that's a great example of the two segments of the industry working collaboratively together for kind of maximum benefit on both sides.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. We have Ed Brolin. Your hand is up. Go ahead. Looks like your audio is out, Ed. We don't have an audio connection to you right now. Commissioner Hall, your hand is up. Go ahead.
So in connection with your discussion about citing, doing the analysis for what would be the best optimal sites, I was just wondering, what are you finding? Is there a mix, or do you find them more like suburban or infill in rural areas? And what about places like brownfields? We've had a developer already calling us trying to find out about the community solar bill because they have been working on doing projects on landfills and brownfields in the East Coast. So are you finding any kind of pattern, and what are optimal locations?
Yeah, I mean, I think it as close to load as you can be is obviously great. But typically as you move closer to load.
Yeah.
What was that?
I couldn't hear you too well.
Sorry, is that better?
Yes.
So typically as you move closer to load, land values tend to get more expensive. So that's kind of the balancing act that you need to play. And then a lot of times that land may have a higher or better use to the surrounding community. So you also have to take into consideration not just the electrical considerations of interconnecting a project, but what the community wants to do with that land. So in general, you tend to see community solar development in more rural areas where land's a little bit less expensive and where land is a little bit better suited for solar development. As far as siting on brownfields, I think that's a great use of brownfield lands. That development does tend to be more expensive. So typically there needs to be some sort of an additional, adder or price consideration to enable development on those types of lands. So if something like that was to come out of the community solar rulemaking, I certainly think you'd see additional development on those types of areas.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. We're going to have to move along. This discussion, unfortunately, if we had more time, I'm sure there would be a lot of further good points related to community solar considerations, and we should be able to continue this discussion in future weeks of the working group and come back to these points and perhaps have further questions for Kevin. So thank you very much, Kevin. Very much appreciated. And our final speaker today is Michael Ropp from Sandia. And we had originally, we're not sure actually if he would have slides or not. We kind of thought, well, maybe he can respond to what he's heard with some observations and also some general recommendations for us. So we don't have slides at the moment. And Michael, I'm hoping that you can conclude in about 10 or 12 minutes at the most, so that we have time for what we need to do. And we can also incorporate your further input and expertise through a number of phases of our work over the coming weeks and months. So Michael, please go ahead with any observations you'd like to make as from today.
Sure, Eric. Do you have me on audio at this point?
Yes, we hear you.
Very good. Thank you. Hi, everyone. This is Michael Ropp from Sandia National Labs. I do apologize for not having a slide deck for you today. I had intended to, but I'm still relatively new to Sandia, and I'm learning the ins and outs of how to make sure that it's okay to talk to a government entity when you work at a federally funded research and development lab. So I do intend to have a more detailed presentation at a future meeting, and we'll look forward to talking with you about that then. Most of what I was preparing to talk about was the screening processes, how we determine hosting capacity, and what some of the state-of-the-art kinds of procedures are for those sorts of things. Have heard a lot of things today that I would fully agree with, that screens are designed to be a way to help us avoid having to do unnecessary studies. So we try to set them up, to trim off as many of those unnecessary studies as we can, but they are of necessity somewhat conservative. So certain numbers of unnecessary studies will almost always be triggered by any simple screening process. The there's been a lot of discussion today about going to like 100% of minimum load, which it depends on 100% of minimum load where. What we have done typically in the past is it's 100% of the minimum load on a circuit segment, which is usually determined by a protective zone or something like that. I think most of the utility folks on the call today, that's pretty much in line with what they are already doing. There are some additional bells and whistles we can add to the screening processes to, again, try to minimize the number of unnecessary studies. And we're going to talk about that in more detail a little bit later, but I can give you a little bit of a spoiler that usually what we look at is it's a combination of how much voltage rise is caused, which can be calculated using some simple things that most utilities know. And then you have to limit that by the current ratings or the ampacity ratings of all the components that the PV current is going to flow through. And it ends up looking an awful lot like the circuit rating system that PNM discussed on the phone a little bit earlier today. So I think when we do talk about this, a lot of it's going to sound very familiar. I think that's probably about everything that I would want to say at this point in time, other than that I'm very pleased to be here and I'm looking forward to trying to assist in this interconnection policy update process as much as possible. So thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Okay, Michael, thank you very much. And we certainly look forward to your expertise as we move forward with developing specific proposals, reviewing them, and integrating things together, and finally revising the rule and manual as a final output from our first phase this year. And even as we go into additional topics, technical topics, potentially next year in a second phase, as we outlined in the beginning of the working group. Are there any questions that anyone would have right now for Michael? We have him on the line before we begin our process of proposal development. I'll open it up to anyone who's presented here today or anyone else.
Eric, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
And this might not be just for Mike, but I remember, I think it was Andrea mentioning the fact that the nature of the conductor in distribution lines, in the feeder lines, sounded like it was a limiting factor, obviously, for capacity. And I just wondered if anybody knew, are there any other types of materials for conductors that are being examined to improve capacity? I know there's something like that. I've seen a sample improved conductor material for transmission lines a couple of years ago at a convention. And I just wondered if anybody was looking at anything like that to try to improve, enhance the capacity for distribution lines. And there are so many experts here in this room. I thought I'd just throw out the question.
Commissioner Hall, this is Michael Rupp. I can give you a quick preliminary answer, and then I'd like to hear what some others have to say about this as well. But we certainly have been looking at superconducting and high temperature superconducting materials for transmission lines. They, as you might imagine, they actually do work, but they are quite expensive. And it was mentioned a little bit ago, for example, like some of our rural co-ops are serving as few as 5 meters per mile of line. I can't envision a situation in which you'd be able to afford something like that for a distribution circuit. So there's probably still a long ways to go before we would see anything better than copper in particular. And of course, most of us are using aluminum in our distribution circuits.
Well, thank you. This was, the sample I saw was not anything like that. It was something that the seller was saying could be used just in the context of just routine line replacement for transmission lines. It wasn't any, high speed, direct current thing at all. But that's okay, but I appreciate that information.
Tom Key, did you have a follow-up to that?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. I think it's on distribution, it's really like the cross-sectional area, right? So it's a bigger feeder. One thing that may not be that well known, but except to the utilities on here, is that the feeders will sometimes start out in one size of a conductor and then reduce down further out. So depending on the location of the plant, it could be a section, as Mike was alluding to. A lot more, probably a lot more options on transmission. We've even done things like a sagometer. You just watch the wires, and if they sag too much, that would be an indication, you've met your limit. But it's usually less conservative than the original limit. So.
Okay, I appreciate it. And I realize now in retrospect that what I was being shown was something that applied to distribution lines, not transmission lines. So it's a big difference. And it was some kind of a moderate alteration in the material that would reduce sag, for example. So, well, okay, thanks very much, Eric. Appreciate it.
Yeah, okay, very good. Well, let's move on to our final segment now. And thanks to all the presenters and commenters and inquisitors today for your attention and expertise. And we're now going on to the last part of the meeting today in terms of our what's ahead of us, in terms of now developing proposals related to the technical issues that we've been discussing today. And I have one slide which has been posted to the OneDrive folder. I'll put that slide up here. For proposal development. And I'll also make a couple of comments that we started 2 weeks ago, and also we started this session today highlighting the two technical issues. Let me go find those again. Two technical issues that we really wanted to tackle in this form of developing proposals and then having comment periods on those proposals, and then trying to reconcile or synthesize or see what the final output looks like in terms of these two technical issues for capacity screening, screening related to capacity and hosting capacity, and also limited export and non-export for a generating facility with storage. And so we really want to focus on these two issues in terms of our proposal development these next 4 weeks. A number of other things have been brought to our attention today and been discussed and pointed to. I would say, for one, definitely smart inverters is an important issue and may relate to this these technical issues. And in fact, for certain that they do. But our plan, and Art, you might want to make a comment on this, but our plan for the working group has been that the degree to which we handle smart inverters in this first phase, which is this year, 2021, would be limited to including the updated specifications of the IEEE 1547, 1547.1, which essentially requires inverters to have the capabilities, the functionalities. But then a second phase next year would go into how to operationalize and utilize and implement those potential functionalities. And this mirrors in some way what California did, which was to first simply to require inverters to have those functionalities. And then it took a number of years after that to actually discuss and begin to, even now, begin to implement and find ways to operationalize those capabilities. So we kind of want to stay away from that as much as possible, I would say, in terms of these two technical issues. But Art, I'd see if you have something to add.
Eric, no, you characterize it accurately. It is clear that the advanced functions beyond the autonomous ride-throughs that are built into inverters currently will require a lot more consideration. And I don't want to bog down the first portion of our work here, which is to revise the interconnection manual and the rule that associates with that beyond just identifying by some date that the inverters need to, well, will be mandatory, right? They can be installed at any time, but by what date they should be considered mandatory, because we can take advantage of the hard work that's been done in other jurisdictions by just kind of like putting this off into early next year or after the commission acts on phase one, because obviously it does take a lot longer than trying to cram it into the first phase.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Art. And then the second thing that's come up today is ICA analysis, more advanced mapping and data in terms of hosting capacity and integration capacity, and that's also an issue which has taken many years to develop in California, for example. And so it's not quite clear to what extent we want to propose things related to ICA in terms of the future years, and not just immediate changes to the rule and manual, but looking ahead to the future in terms of more sophisticated mapping and analysis of integration capacity, hosting capacity, and how far we want to go with that in the current round of proposals these next 4 weeks, maybe pointing to things that would happen in the future, or setting placeholders for what we might come back to in the future beyond this year. Art, anything along those lines you want to say as well?
Well, I think that Kevin Cray presented a good slide in terms of a spectrum of possibilities. And that's really how we should view this, is that we know where we want to go, right? It's just a matter of what we're capable of doing at this particular time. And I really kind of imagine that this process and the rulemaking that we're currently working in will lead towards those more sophisticated abilities, right? So, it's good to know that that's the direction in which we're heading, and to get consensus from people that that's really what we ought to be working on. But again, it takes a lot of work to do that, and we really have first things first kind of analysis to do.
Yeah, okay, very good. All right, so now then, in terms of our proposal development, the way that we've intended that this happen is that between now and our next May 20th meeting in 4 weeks from now, or the meeting in 4 weeks from now on May 20th, we would have stakeholders and utilities, if they so wish, to develop proposals for how to address these technical issues in terms of updates to the rule and or the manual. It could be basic ideas, it could be actual text revisions, it could draw from some of the red lines that have already been put into the rule and or manual from those groups that may relate to technical issues. And proposal should at least have some degree of background for the issue, justification for why this type of update is valuable or important or warranted in terms of making those updates to the rule and or manual. So it's pretty open scope. Could be short or long, 1 page or 10 pages for any given proposal. We might have just a few proposals. We might have several. That's not quite clear yet. And then we will go through a process of reviewing and commenting on those proposals, where everyone will have a chance to review and comment on them. We will come back and allow the proposals to be revised and updated based on those comments. We'll look at them again, and then we'll try to reconcile and see where do we have consensus on which proposals, what proposals might be combined, or are they distinctly separate and should remain separate and should be presented together in parallel, et cetera. So that will all be coming later. But for right now, let's see what the working group what the various interests and stakeholders in the working group would like to propose for how this gets updated. And we're asking for proposals actually by May 19th at noon so that we can post them for everyone in advance of the May 20th meeting. So 4 weeks may seem like a lot, but it really isn't in terms of the work that we're pointing to, in terms of the complexity of the technical issues, in terms of people working together, and so on. And what we want to say is that, yes, there will be opportunities to revise and extend these proposals, and we will have some liberal interpretation of what is revision or extension. So it doesn't all have to be completely done and buttoned up in the next 4 weeks. There will be time an opportunity to extend and revise, but we want to kind of draw a line at saying, well, no new proposals after May 19th. Meaning that we would then have to go through, the process all over again for those new proposals, and that would really skew our timing and completion time. So really, anything that parties would like to propose, even if it's in a sketchy form, should really be submitted on May 19th, and we wouldn't really want to have new proposals after that. And that's a gray area. There's nothing hard and fast about any of this, but that's the intention. And so we come finally to who will be preparing these proposals between now and May 20th. And if individual organizations want to prepare something on their own, that's entirely acceptable. If groups of organizations want to work together and prepare things jointly and work that through, that's also acceptable. If there are organizations here who would like to partner with others and don't know who those might be, then we will take your names, and in the next day or two, we would hope to establish those partnerships and connect people together. Really, we want to have these groups up and running really by tomorrow, because we don't want to take the first week just to form the groups or to have that happen, but really give you the full 4 weeks to focus on the substance. So in our 10 minutes remaining, hopefully we can actually get a pretty good handle on where we stand. And we had asked everyone in the working group 2 weeks ago to consider this, to think about what you'd like to do. And this includes the 3 jurisdictional utilities, if they wanted to consider if they were going to be putting forth proposals of their own, either individually or jointly. So let me take a show of hands. Let me have a hands raised from those people in the working group, those organizations who know that they will be preparing proposals either individually or jointly. Let's just get some names on the table as to who intends to do that, and then we'll see what else we need to work out in the remaining minutes today, and also then following up by email and however else we need to do this in the coming day or two to get people to work. So I have Jim Desjardins and then Zoe Leese. So Jim, go ahead first.
Thank you very much, Arthur, and just thank you everyone for the great that we've had. RIA, which is the Renewable Energy Industry Association of New Mexico, would like to or plans to do proposals, and we are certainly open to others who would want to work with us and share, think they share our vision.
Okay, thank you very much, Jim. Next, we go to Zoe. You had your hand up before. You've since lowered it.
I lowered it. Thank you, everyone, and to all the presenters today. This was a really informational workshop. SPS does plan on working on a proposal, and of course, we welcome collaborations with other parties, including other IOUs and co-ops, if they would like to reach out, not just limited to those, of course, but we do plan on submitting something.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Zoe. Who else will be developing a proposal?
Eric, this is Arthur, and while I'm loath to volunteer anybody, is Steve Rimsha still on the call? Steve had been inserting language about the interconnection process into the rule draft. And I thought that actually this forum is the better and more appropriate place for that. So I don't know if he'll work with the Renewable Energy Industry Association, but I would recommend that the effort that he's already put in would feed into this.
Yeah, sounds good, Arthur. I will be working through SIA and other organizations. Welcome any collaboration with utilities over the coming weeks too. That's on the table. It would be great if they reviewed it, considered it, you know, as part of those processes. So thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
Stephen, did you, yeah, so certainly the red lines that you've been, you know, putting into the manual or rule so far, you know, make sure that those are getting incorporated somehow, or you would even be welcome to just submit those, you know, separately or by themselves, you know, as a form of proposal, essentially to say, okay, here's how I propose that we edit the manual or edit the rule, you know, specific language. You know, that would constitute a proposal of its own in its own right as well. Just the red lines that you've already made. When you said you would be collaborating with SIA, so is that different than what Jim Desjardins has said? Is this a separate group that you're pointing to, or would this be the same group as the Renewable Energy Industry Association?
Hi, Eric. This is Sarah Birmingham with SIA, the Solar Energy Industry Association. Sunrun is one of our members. I'm happy to coordinate and to work with Jim and, you know, make sure that we're all coordinating and collaborating.
This is Kevin with CCSA. I'd second that and happy to work with Sarah as we do in many other markets.
That was Kevin Cray?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, great. So Sarah and Kevin. Steve, did you have an answer for my original question too? In terms of, I wasn't quite sure if you were talking about SIA or REIA or maybe both in this case.
I think that collaboration needs to be expanded, and I think those discussions have probably been had to some degree and will continue. So I hope we all work together and find a common proposal that we can present. But you know, there's different parties' opinions, and we'll have to see where it all leads.
Okay, very good. We have Margie and then Tayoko. Margie, go ahead.
Thanks, Eric. I'm going to go back to the recommendation that Abbas made earlier, in particular, these technical issues that we're going to receive the first proposals on. I think it is really important that we're all using the same definitions for key terms that will be considered as a technical proposals. So I think Abbas offered to work with a group that would do a definition of terms, and maybe some of those have been already redlined by the redline rulemaking team, but there may be some inspirations from the Colorado and Arizona documents for simply making sure that everybody is on using the same language with respect to key terms. So if Abbas, if you're still on, could you comment?
Yeah, thank you, Margie, for that. I don't see Abbas still on with us, and I wouldn't say that it's as black and white as that, though, because yes, it would be helpful in the next 4 weeks if we you know have a common understanding of some of the terms that are in proposals and that are being put forth. But proponents can also define the terms as they're proposing them, and if there are differences or misunderstandings or things to be reconciled, we can keep doing that. We'll have time in the review and revision process to align terms to make sure that we are all talking about the same thing, to really come to grips with where we're not talking about the same thing, which is often the case, and to recognize where we're not really understanding each other entirely, and that's an important part of this process. But we're not going to get through it entirely in this first phase, these next 4 weeks, and we don't need to. We do have time to do that. To the extent that we can in the first part, then that will reduce the burden on the second part. But that's going to be a part of the process throughout. So, and I appreciate you bringing that up, and we can come back to Abbas with that as well. Tayoko, your hand is up.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Eric. I just trying to get the roadmap here clearly. The Red Line team was responsible for putting something together. We got a draft. We included the terms and some of the components of these two technical issues. And now we're gonna zoom in on these two technical issues. Maybe it sounds like the intention is to get into a little more detail on these two issues in the context of the Red Line work that we've already done. And then what happens after that is we merge that back together into the Red Line group, because the Red Line group hasn't really had a chance to meet since we proposed that, that first draft in the meeting 2 weeks ago or even before that. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand where we're going here.
Okay, Tayoko, this is Arthur. Just let me point out that Adam sent around an email today to reconvene the Rule Red Line group sometime next week to deal with some residual issues. But yes, the intent for these technical issues goes actually beyond the rule, and these are really going to inform the manual, right? And then the rule is going to be aligned with the manual changes. So I'd rather that people thought about that these are kind of like deeper issues that will go into the processes that are described in the manual, and then the rule will reflect that as necessary. Okay. If I can, and just I know we're running out of time, Eric. So I just did want to point out that we didn't hear a whole lot about the export issue today, but we did get a good reference to an EPRI document. So if there someone or some people who want to look at that EPRI document, which is the export limiting report from 2020 with storage implications, and develop ideas around that, then I don't want to lose sight of that very important issue.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Arthur. And I did have a few slides on the export issue from my own presentation 2 weeks ago, and we can highlight that in terms of what California has done, and we can make the EPRI report available to everyone. And we would like the limited export, non-export issue to also be included in these proposals. And I guess what I could have started with is by saying that really now the heavy lifting turns to everyone in the working group. There's only so much that Arthur can do. There's only so much that the commission can do. And GridWorks as a neutral facilitator really can't and should not propose things. And so it's really up to you now in terms of addressing these technical issues. And the intention was to essentially offload these two technical issues from the Red Line groups and work on them through this process in terms of proposals, comments, revisions, discussions, and then they come back to the Red Lines later in terms of updating the manual and our rule. And so Tayoko, that was really, as you put it correctly, the intention. So currently we have two groups, I believe. We have a group that Jim Desjardins initially brought forth here just now in terms of the Renewable Energy Industry Association, and various people have indicated interest to work with him in that group, including Steve Rimshaw, Sarah, and Kevin. And we also have a group that SPS, Zoe has said they plan to write a proposal, and they welcome collaboration with other co-ops, utilities, and potentially other partners. And it may be that we have these two sets of proposals and from these two groups, and that's what we'll have. But if anyone wants to do anything in addition to that, in terms of anything individual, or if you want to be involved in the proposal development with these groups as we've outlined, then please let us know. Please contact us, ideally by tomorrow, certainly by Monday, in terms of we want to have a clear view of what will be happening over the next 4 weeks, by whom. And so please consider, based on what we've talked about today, the ultimate result from this working group will depend on how much we can do with this and how much thought and attention goes into it. And it will affect many things in the future for renewable energy in New Mexico and other DERs. We are at our ending point of 2 o'clock. I would ask people to send emails to Arthur and myself following up on this in terms of proposal development. And we should have a check-in at least next week, I think, during our Thursday meeting, just for a few minutes in terms of where people are and what's been started. We might have check-ins on subsequent Thursdays as well before May 20th. Arthur,
Hey,
any
Eric,
last words?
if I can just point out that we'll set up an hour between 10 and 11 next Thursday, the 29th, for people can call me. I don't know that we necessarily need a Zoom, but I guess we can establish a Zoom for that, and we'll send out the link to that one. And one other issue, I want to make sure that the rural co-ops are participating in this, especially since several of them made, kind of like reasonable arguments for areas in which co-ops need more flexibility in terms of timelines and or expectations. And so please make sure that you work with the utility group on those particular areas, pointing them out rather than responding to what the utility gives us in a month.
Okay, very good. Lots of food for thought today. Thanks to everyone for participating right to the end. We had not so many breaks today, and maybe we can do better next time, but I think we got a lot of really good material and viewpoints. So thanks to everyone, and see you next time.